How you like that view? Morning, frozen YouTube land. Is that black line on there? Let me put my readers on. Hey, black line, what's going on, brother? Oh, thanks for that line. We appreciate all of that four-letter word that you sent down here. Won't you come down here and help me shovel it? Oh, yeah, it's. Oh, and there's Carol Burton. Morning, Carol. From a from a snowy Missouri this morning, snow and ice. Black Lion sent it down here from Iowa. Oh, I'm glad you came. Glad y'all stopped in here and said hey. Black Lion says you're welcome, buddy, anytime. Hey, if I could travel RN, I would. Well, I appreciate it, Lion. No, that's you stay home, brother. Don't come down here. It's ugly. We're at home. We ain't going nowhere. I made a little path out here. I had some good friends. One was kind of curious why I hadn't been on for now. This 10 days. Well, I'm still recuperating from our trucker's Christmas. Um, I had a flare up that caused me a little bit of issue, and it takes a while to. And the same thing happened on Thanksgiving. It took me a couple of weeks to recuperate from that too. So it's all good. I'm doing just a little shoveling, shoveled a little path out here to the truck so I could get her started up, and wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get in it. We got a pretty good layer of ice on everything before it turned over to snow. Black Line says, yeah, the same. If you go out, it's supposed to be having an ice front weather come in everywhere. Yeah, it got really ugly down here. It switched over about 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It was started out as a mist, and man, I mean, tell you, it got ugly fast. Then people, they started crashing their cars, and the semis were spinning out. They couldn't get up. It just coated everything, and it's really quick. It happened really quick. Carol Burton says snowing here, 17 degrees, but feels like 9 with the wind chill in Ohio. Yeah, Carol. It's a big old storm. It surely is. We got some friends that live in Colorado. We're down visiting their family in Georgia that are caught up in it out there in Kansas. So I'm hoping they're safe. We were praying to hang them with them for a little while last night. Tori, morning, Tori. Bless you, darling. Tori says, good morning, Mobo. Morning, Tori. Thanks for coming in. I told my friends up in the city it'd been about 10 days since I'd done any of this, because I'm still recuperating from the trucker's Christmas. Black Line says it snowed here 3 inches, and we got a snowdrift weather last night, and I got to go shovel again. I know. Yeah, it's still coming down. It's supposed to snow here all day, but the wind it's blowing about 35, so it's a blizzard. Yeah, it surely is. Carol Burton says the storm will hit us tonight. Yeah, it's coming your way, Carol. It surely is, darling. And Carol says, hey, hello, Tori. Tori says, ice storm here and snow. Yeah, Tori, this big old storm, they've been talking about this for a week. And man, they called this one. This was supposed to stay a little bit further to the north, but it has moved down, and it's right over I-70. It's coming right through. We're right here in the middle of it. We're about 20 miles off of I-70 here at home, and and it's they sure hit it. They sure hit it on the head this time. They called it, and it sure came in. Tori says, "Hello, beautiful Carol." Tori says, "My driveway is an ice rink." I know, darling. You see what you're looking at through my windshield? Yeah, I got out here. I wasn't sure I could get the door open. It was it's everything coated pretty good with ice. Tori says, "I'm off of I-57." Yeah, that kind of runs up through the middle of Ohio there, doesn't it, darling? Oh, here's Michael Bowen. Thanks for coming in, Michael. Morning. I appreciate you, brother. Michael says, "Not much snow here in Colorado Springs." That's where our friends that are stuck in Kansas right now are from. They're in Denver, and I don't know if they're going to be able to move today or not. They're in a kind of a safe place though. Black Lion says, "Be safe out walking around, Mobo." Yeah, Lion, I will, brother. It's coated with snow, so I'm in good shape. I appreciate you coming in here today. Tori says, "Yes, sir." Oh, there's Terry. Terry, I hope you're doing all right this morning, darling. I thought about you all night last night. There's Bushka. Bushka says, "Mobo." Tori says, "Everyone stay safe and warm." Yeah, Tori, you too, darling. Thanks for stopping in here this morning and looking through my icy windshield. I appreciate you. You don't know how much. Carol Burton says, "Hello, Michael." Tori says, "Hello, everyone. Blessings." Terry says, "Not today, Mobo. Mobo, don't go out." No, we're right here at the house, hon. I came out to do a snow stream today. Carol says, "Hello, Terry." Oh my goodness, the chat's really, you guys are awesome. What a great chat already this morning. I didn't expect this. Terry says, "I'm tired but good." Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Terry. Yeah, this kind of stuff wears on you, especially in your situation that you're in right now. I'm sure it's wearing on you, but you know, the Almighty is with you, as He is with all of us that believe, and I believe He's going to take good care of you and Walleye Guy and the pups. I for sure do believe that, darling. Gosh, I'm falling behind. Carol says, "Hello, Terry." Terry says, "Hello, Carol." Carol says, "Hello, Bushka." Oh, Bushka. Terry says, "Bushka." She's sending you a big heart and a hug and a kiss there, Bushka. Oh, Tori says, "My power keeps flickering." Oh goodness, yeah, they're having some of that happening up in the city right now. Bushka says Terry, and he sends you hearts, darling. Terry says, "I'm grateful for prayers today." Yeah, darling, you're in our prayers for sure. Terry says 50-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, honey, it's a blizzard here. It really is. This thing is a monster. It's a big one. But Salina looked pretty good. It looked, Michael is in here. He said it's snowing in Colorado Springs. Tori says, "I just got off live, Mobo, showing the current situation here." Yeah, well, I knew there was probably going to be a lot of folks live this morning, but a friend of mine was curious as to why I hadn't done anything. He'd been kind of watching out for me, and I'm still kind of recuperating from the Christmas Truckers Christmas I had a kind of a flare up that was it was one of the largest I think I've ever had. It dealt me kind of a fit, but I'm doing better. Uh, just kind of got to, it's my new normal. My new normal. Terry says, I believe, yes, ma'am. Terry says, Tori, stay safe. Sending prayers. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of folks out there uh, that's in quite a predicament. A lot of truck drivers. They were showing the news this morning. A lot of semis sitting on the sides. A lot of slide offs. It just, like I say, it turned to an ice rink in a big time hurry. It was incredible how fast it happened. Bushka says, Mobo, thank you for your kind words. Love you, Mobo. Oh, Bushka, thanks, brother. Uh, you're an awesome guy. Thanks for coming in this morning. So I sure didn't expect uh, this. You know, you guys are great. Thank you so much for coming in. Uh, Tori says, thank you, Terry, praying. Yeah, Terry, you're in our prayers, darling, you and Walleye Guy. Now, you don't forget what I said. If you get, call the sheriff. The sheriff they won't let anything bad happen. And don't you hesitate if you feel that the situation warrants it, call them. Call them and they'll come. I promise. They won't let anything bad happen to you guys. That's what those guys are awesome. They've been through this out there, and so they know what folks is going through. Bushka says, hey, Carol. Terry says, where did it come from? Out of the blue. Yeah, it did. Well, they've been talking about it for like I say, I was hoping that y'all could stay a little further south and you just ran out of time. You got so close, but you just ran out of time. But that's all right. You're in a good spot. So you just hang in there. It's going to blow on through here, but it's going to be an all-day thing, and the wind is going to be an issue too. So just bundle up, and you and Walleye Guy and the pups will be fine. Tori says prayers for you, Mobo. Oh, thank you, Tori. Terry says, oh, Mobo, prayers. Yeah, thanks, Terry. Bushka says, hey, Tori. Tori says, Bushka, hello. Terry says, I'm so grateful for prayers. Yeah. Miss Mobo just texted me. She's making bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits this morning. I shoveled the path to the truck and got it started so I could start this stream up for a friend of ours. I told them that I would do a snow stream today. So I'm going to leave this up running, today, as we get the truck uncovered and everything, and hang out with y'all while the weather's bad. If you want to go, scroll around and say hey to other folks. Oh, there's Stats. Stats says hi. Hey, Stats, what's up? Thanks for coming in. I know I've seen you out there. Terry says the timing was perfect according to the Lord. Yes, yeah, Terry, because you guys are, like I say, you're off the road and you're near resources, so that's a blessing. Yes, it truly is. Bushka says, Stats. Stats this, Bushka. Stats says, is that snow? No, Stats, that's ice. It's on the windshield. I'll be cleaning it off here eventually. Miss Mobo's got bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits in there. I'm gonna go eat a little breakfast so I'm fueled up for doing a little bit of this shoveling. I won't be able to do much, but I got it. My boots are out in the container, so I gotta scrape a path out there to get my boots here in a little while after breakfast. But Terry says, Stats, hello. Bushka says, Stats, where are you so gray looking? Stats says, I'm a figment, Bushka. Oh, you guys are great. Bushka says Stats needs a jacket. Everybody needs a jacket. I got my coveralls, my bib coveralls on, hoodie and my warm hat, and my scarf, and Stats says figment of your imagination. Oh no, we see you, Stats. Stats says it's cold. Yeah, it is. It's chilly here. I know that, Stats. Gosh, I'm falling behind on this chat. Bushka says, I got you, Stats. Oh, there's Bravado Mike. Hey, what's up, Mike? Oh, thanks for stopping in, buddy. You send this stuff out here, or should I say we're sending it to you because it's coming your way, brother. I believe it's gonna. It's a pretty powerful storm. I believe it's gonna make it all the way to the East Coast. Tori says that it's gonna snow. That they're calling for it there tonight. And Carol, I think Carol said something about it too. That the big show out there is for tonight. So it's coming your way, Mike. Terry says, Mike, I hope you're staying. Oh, I think she meant to say warm. Yeah, everybody. I hope everybody kind of got. We got prepared for it. We got all our stuff. Propane, laundry, grocery store. Ms. Mobo, she's on the ball. She got it squared away for us. Bushka says, hey, Mike. Stat says, thank you, Bushka. You make me feel warm and fuzzy. Stat says, hi, Terry. Oh, you guys are awesome. I appreciate y'all so much for coming in here. And it's like, what are we looking at? Oh, but yeah, I started the truck up and it was the little booger getting in it. It was, like I say, it pretty much coated, that ice coated everything. It was pretty incredible. Bushka says, you're welcome, Stats. Bushka says, if you need anything else, just let me know. Yeah, Stats, we'll take care of you, brother. Bushka's got it. Let me floosh back up here real quick in case Mike is still in here. There he is, Michael Bowen. Let's do this for Michael. All right. In case Michael comes back in here, he wants to connect with folks. And Stats, you too. This was done for me, and it helped my little channel grow, and I'm all about that, supporting each other. Stats says, I'm cozy, Bushka. Family. Oh, well, you're welcome, Stats. I'm glad you came in and hang out. Now I'm gonna go in here and eat breakfast. I probably ought to try to pin I don't know how I chat. Let me see. What is this? Stats says Mobo, and he's laughing emojis. He's blue laughing. He's blue emojis. You're welcome, Stats. And like I say, this is what how we help each other. And I do not know how to. I guess I'd have to go in and I don't know. I don't know how to. Let's see. No, that's start a poll. I don't know how to do this. Bushka says, nice jacket, Stats. Yeah. What you trying to do? Oh, I was trying to put up to pin a chat and let you know I'm going in to eat breakfast and that I'll be in and out periodically. And you'll start to see the windshield get clean and everything. And Stat says, it's beautiful, Bushka, and warm. Oh, Stat, you're funny. You and Bushka, I love you guys, man. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out. So, anyway, Bushka's laughing. Maybe I'll try to get Miss Mobo. I don't know how to pin a chat. I don't know what the heck, man. I'm not sure what's this up here do. Oh, now it's going to do a highlight thing. I don't know about that either. Mobo is on intermission for breakfast and we'll be back soon. Thanks, Stats. I appreciate you, brother. I don't know. I wish I could pin that, but I don't know how to do it. Pin that. Click on it. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay, there it is. Pin message. Let's see. Did it do it? I'm not sure if it did it or not. Oh yeah, there it is. Thanks, Stats. You're awesome, dude. Yeah, Mobo is on intermission for breakfast. So, okay, well, I'm going to leave the truck running. And I'm going to, here, let me turn you around so you can see what I look like. You'll laugh at that, too. You just need us to write it for you. Oh, Stats, you're awesome. Let me turn it around here so you can see I'm all bundled up and everything. I'm all good. And it's a beautiful winter morning. And I'll get the windshield cleaned off here, let the truck get warmed up, and I'll get the windshield cleaned off here so you can see, and I'm going to have this running all day. So Stat says I'm a chronic helper with lots of knowledge. Well, I'm a chronic needer of knowledge. So I appreciate you taking care of me like that, Stats. Yeah, we all need some help, don't we? So, all right, y'all. I'm going to go eat breakfast. Stats, we got the message pinned up there. And Stats says, hello, beautiful face of Mobo. Oh, thanks, Stats. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Y'all don't know how much I appreciate what your thoughts and your prayers for me. And Bushka says, thanks, guys. Catch y'all later. Enjoy breakfast. All right, Bushka. Well, I'm gonna go in there and Bushka sends hearts. And thanks for my message. Oh, Stats. You big old smile and heart eyeballs. Oh, you guys are awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you. You just don't know how much. So, all right, I'll be back here in a little while. Enjoy the view. And I'll work on that after breakfast. See if we can't get that view cleaned up a little bit. All right, y'all. I'll be back out in a little bit. Oh, I'm back. Breakfast was delicious. I'll tell you what, ain't nobody got anything on Miss Mobo's bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. Hey, there's Timo. Hey Timo, what's up, brother? Just got back in from breakfast. You're looking through an icy windshield this morning. I see Danielle. Hey Danielle. Thanks for stopping in this morning on an icy winter day. We got a pretty good storm going on out here right now. I got the tablet fired up so I can sit back here, kind of takes my breath away sitting up like this. Terry said it took my windshield about 2 hours to defrost. Yeah, I got a pretty good layer of snow on mine, Terry. I'm gonna get out here with the brush and brush it back and try to scrape a hole in the ice here for us to look through. And there's Marine Army Mom. Hey Marine Army Mom, how you doing, darling? You made a new channel. All right. Well, goodness gracious, Timo. I tell you, buddy, I'm glad for that. And I think Dave will be too. Dave did a little update yesterday, or was it day before? He's doing good. He's been hanging out in the house. You know, he's not a big cold guy. Oh, and there's Sabine. Sabine says, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Mobo. Sabine says, good morning, how are you? Well, I'm fine as long as I'm in the truck. It's pretty cold, the wind's blowing we got about a 30-mile-an-hour wind. It's a blizzard out there, Sabine. Yeah, it's a monster storm. We've been watching it come in for about a week. They've been talking about it, and Timo says in 2.5 hours the first premiere of this new channel. Oh, cool. I will have to I'll have to find it and I'll sub you when I find it. Sabine says, hello, Stats. Hope you are doing fine. Yeah, Stats is, I had to go do something. Said that they'd be back in a little bit. Stats helped me pin this. Mobo is on intermission for breakfast. Miss Mobo just made some. She makes awesome bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, man. I tell you what. So I'm all fueled up now. And Mr. Ballas says hi. Hi, Mr. Ballas. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out. Oh, it's so good to see you and Timo, Sabine. Oh, okay. Timo says I left you your channel a comment. Sabine says, "Oh, holy moly, Mobo! Please be careful." Yeah, Sabine, we got a lot of ice, and then the snow, and it's supposed to snow all day here. They're saying up north, a little north of us here in the city, we're 40 miles south of the city, and they're saying 6 inches here, but the wind's blowing so hard that I don't know, it's blowing it around, drifting up and stuff, but there's a lot. There's a lot. It's the first one of the season. Sabine says, we are just eating supper. Yep, I know. It's dinner time over there in Switzerland. Sabine says we have chili and rice. Oh, that sounds good. We had chili dogs last night for dinner. Timo says, Optimob family says, my good friend, go inside the house. Oh, I'm in the truck, Timo. Timo says it's 6:30 in Switzerland. Yeah, I'm inside the truck, Timo. It's warm. It's nice and warm here in the truck. Because, we live in a steel building, and I can't do any, stuff like this in the house. We've got to be outside. Sabine says in Edmonton, Alta, we always have had blizzards in the winter. Yeah. Well, we haven't had one like this for quite a while. Sabine, this is if you're going to have a winter storm, this is it, man. I tell you. Yeah, it froze. It started out as a mist, and it just froze so quick, and then the traffic just went crazy. The semi trucks were spinning out up in the city. They were jackknifing cars off in the median. It went bad pretty quick, and then of course it just continued to intensify all night long. Sabine says, so I know how dangerous it can get if you are outside. Yeah, Sabine, luckily it's sleeted, and so there's a rough, it's not glazed, it's a rough textured ice, and now there's snow over the top of it, so it's not that glazed ice. It's got a little texture to it, so it's not so dangerous to walk on. Still got to be careful though. Sabine says I lived about 23 years up in the outskirts of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Yeah, you know about snow and ice, that's for sure. It looks like it's pretty snowy in Switzerland, so you're used to. You're an old hand at all this snow and ice stuff. Sabine says so, especially as we lived on the acreage, it was tough sometimes. Yeah. It'll slow you down a little bit. It makes doing stuff a little more difficult than normal. Yeah, here, let me turn it around here. You see, I'm all geared up. There I am. It's nice and warm in the truck though. Yeah, we're in good shape. We knew the storm was coming, so we were prepared. Ms. Mobo went and did laundry and got propane and went to the grocery store and so we just sit in the house and watched movies and listened to it. You could hear it sleeting and the wind picked up and so yeah, we got a blizzard going on here. It's blowing around. You can't really tell. They say we're supposed to have 6 inches, but you can't really tell because it's blowing it around but it's a snowing out there. It's a pretty good storm. It sure lived up to what they said it was going to do. So yeah, you're looking through the windshield. Sabine says, "Hey, cool. You are good and wrapped up in warm clothes." Yeah, Sabine. You know we're old country folk. You know, old hillbillies, and we done a lot of hunting back in the day when we was young and soft and could, you know, tromp out in the woods. I wouldn't be able to do it today with this COPD that I got. My family says, okay, I have to go with Bax for a walk. Oh, you mean Bax is going to take you for a walk, Timo? All right, brother. I'll check on my channel and I'll look for your new channel and I'll sub you and I'll be a watching for you here in a little bit. So you go do what you need to do. It's so good to talk to you, Timo. I'm glad. And if you get a chance, you know, go in and comment on Dave's stuff too. You know, he's doing good. He did a little update. You probably seen it, and everything's good with Dave. He seems to be doing fine, and also, but I'm sure he'd be glad to hear from you. So. Timo says, I made a comment underneath a video on your channel. I'll look for it. I'm going to look for it. I got the tablet. I brought the tablet out here so I'm leaning up on the seat right now. I got my readers on so I can see the chat. Sabine says, yep, Bax takes Timo out for a walk. Yeah, Sabine, he just told me he left Timo. Sabine says Timo is going to leave a comment on one of your videos. Yeah, I probably got a notification on it. I got the tablet fired up, so I'm gonna turn this back around and oh, there's Marine Army Mom saying hi, Sabine, and she's sending roses and heart. Oh, and there's Sabine says hi, Marine Army Mom. She sends you hearts and hug and a rose. I'll tell you what, y'all are awesome. Thanks for coming in here, hanging out on a snowy and icy morning in Missouri. You guys are, I can't even put it into words. You guys are awesome. So okay, well I'm gonna turn this back around, and I'm gonna fire up the tube on the tablet and do a little looking around. Y'all can, I'll get the chat fired up here too so I can see it. And Sabine says, how are you, Marine and Army Mom? But yeah, it's really beautiful winter. You know, I can remember, you know, hunting in this and tromping around out in the timber and rabbit hunting and deer hunting and we really like the snow. Of course, the shoveling part of it, there's really not much to shovel because it's blowing it all around, making a little pass and stuff. Sabine says, I was asleep yesterday night, so I missed UK Medic. live stream. I went in for just a little bit, gave him a thumbs up. They was busy talking. They do that StreamYard thing. So, but I didn't chat. I gave him a thumbs up when I seen he was in there. I can do a hotspot by the front door on my phone, and then I can chat on the tablet, but I can't, do any lives or nothing like that. So anyway, Marine Army Mom says, Sabine, I'm doing well. Sabine says, but I have had it up and running today. Sabine says, that's nice to hear, Marine Army Mom. Oh, there's Timo. Timo says, hello, Marine Army Mom. So yeah, Marine Army Mom was in there with UK, and I seen that she's been doing some live streams with the fireplace going and candles, and she's just a pleasure to be in on her chat. I didn't chat, but I did give her a thumbs up, and Marine Army Mom says, hello, Optimob family. Sabine says, I was talking about UK Medic live stream. I had rerun today. Yeah. Give him some watch hours. The UK, we love UK. We love Medic. He's a great guy. He's a lot of fun. He's a joker. I like his jokes. He's pretty funny. Gives me a smile. Makes me smile. Mob family says, I go now for a walk. See you later. Okay, Timo. Thanks for coming in, brother. I'm gonna look here on the tablet, and we'll get you a sub, and put you hit that bell. Everybody hit that. This is Timo's new channel, Optimob Family. So that's a deal, Timo. I'm so glad you're back. I've really been missing you. Sabine says, yep, he's a good friend. Yeah, Medic's a good guy. Marine Army Mom says, Mobo, thank you for watching my live stream. Oh, well, Marine Army Mom, you're certainly welcome. I enjoy listening to you. You're great. You had some of them instigators and agitators in there, but you got some good folks helping you. I seen that. So yeah. Okay, Sabine says, okay, Mobo and all friends, I have to leave too. All right, Sabine, you go in there and get dinner dishes and stuff cleaned up, and I'm gonna find the new channel, and I'll sub up and hit that bell, and we'll be looking here for you to come on in a little while. So everybody do that. Optimob family. Timo's got a premiere coming up here in a little while. Sabine says, Marine Army Mom, I will put your live stream up on my tablet and watch it now. Yep, we'll help Marine Army Mom out with her watch hours. We sure will. Okay, I'm going to turn this around so I can sit back and get this tablet fired up. Okay, we're turning around. And we're turning around. There we go. Boy, what a nice view. Yeah, it's it's something else out there. It sure is. I think Miss Mobo's she's in there getting dressed. She might come out and do a little sweeping. My boots are out in the container. So I need to make a path out to the container so I can get my boots. She may do that. She may get that done. I've done a pretty good job just to get out here to the truck and get her opened up. So, okay, let me, Sabine says, I have to do my dishes now, so I'm watching Marine's Mom's Live. Sabine says, you take care and stay safe, Mobo. We sure will, Sabine. Thanks for that. Yeah, always taking her easy, easing along. Marine Mom says, Sabine, thank you. Sabine says, please give Mrs. Mobo a big hug. I certainly will do that, Sabine. We sure love you guys. Glad to see you in here this morning. Thank you so much. You guys, you're so, we appreciate you so much. So yeah, so okay, we'll see you a little later there, Sabine. Pet that dog for me, huh? Give Bax a big old pet. Pet that dog. Sabine says, love y'all as well. She sends hugs and hearts and prayers. Thanks, Sabine. I'll try to unpin this, see if I can unpin this, there we go. Oh, I hear Miss Mobo. Oh, there she is. It's starting to thaw out now, the windows are. Oh, here she goes. We might be seeing something here pretty shortly. She's getting almost there. She's almost there. Oh. Yeah, she's getting her opened up. Truck's pretty warm now though, and so it's coming off there pretty good. She's just sweeping her off. So let me fire up this tablet here. Get this going so I can see what y'all are talking about. So I'm sitting back now. I'm kind of relaxing some. I may have to do an inhaler hit here pretty quick. Yeah, she ain't quite there. She's almost there. Oh, looks like old Jim Cantori was in Kansas City. Experiences thunder snow. I think it done that after we were asleep, but it really come down overnight. She's getting closer. Let me move these hats over here so it's warm here to get to that part of the windshield. She's almost there. Right there. Right here. There it is. Hey! We can see. Oh, let me see. Let me bring up this stream here. Oh man. Oh goodness gracious. everybody's. See, Benny Blanco, he must have moved from out of New York. He's living in Kentucky now. I thought I had seen him. I left a couple of messages in his, a couple of on his chat, but I just knew I hadn't seen him on Times Square lately, and he'd been talking about Kentucky. So I guess Benny Blanco has moved to Kentucky. Okay, let me. Oh, here's from Timo. Hello, family mobo. Greetings from Switzerland. Oh, okay. We'll send him some love there, and here, let's. Wow, look at you, already 64 subs, Timo. All right. You got snow all over you.
I bet.
Sweep your shoulders off. Careful standing on that step now.
Yeah.
Get on in here. It ain't gonna hurt nothing.
Oh, wow. Whew. Well, it's frickin' chilly.
The stream's running.
I said frickin'.
Sounds like you said that.
No.
Yeah, it is chilly.
I kept it clean.
Family friendly, family friendly. Timo's got his new channel up.
Yeah, I'd seen that. Awesome.
Yeah, Optimob Family.
He's gonna...
They're gonna do a premiere here in a little while. Bax is out walking him. Bax is walking Timo for his evening walk.
Of course.
Okay, all right, I got that one.
Man, I had to get that off. I should have gave you my scarf.
You what?
My scarf.
What about it?
I should have gave it to you.
Oh no, mine's fine.
Goes over the head and
Mine's fine.
then wraps around.
I want one of them big scarves. Okay, I'm trying to find my live here. Jim Cantori was in Kansas City last night. The weather guy.
Oh, uh-huh.
And had thunder snow while he was standing on the overpass. And then they showed the big wreck on 470. Let's see. I'm trying to find the. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Let me bring it up.
I forgot they're gonna have a stream. I forgot they're gonna have a.
Let me turn this down. Sabine says big hugs. Oh, and Terry says, oh, he's back. Yep, yep. Ms. Mobo made some great bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits this morning. So I got all fueled up and everything. And then she just got the windshield cleaned off a little bit. So we got a little bit of view. I haven't put the wipers down yet, so we can't.
Well, the alligator arms can't reach the.
Yeah, her little alligator arms can't reach that. So I'll get out there and take care of that here in a minute. There's Mary. Hi, Mary. Good morning. Mary's gig says, yuck. I know, right? Mary says, I'm too cold here to go outside. Oh, yeah. This pretty powerful storm, Mary. It's going to reach plumb across the country. Yeah, it's supposed to go down to single digits here. So in wind.
Yeah, a pocket full of snow.
Oh, bummer.
Like, man, what's wet in there? Oh, crap. Oh.
Oh, and Mary says Terry sends hearts. Terry says Mary sends big heart smooch. Yes, we love you guys. Bushka says, well, look who's back. Bushka says, Mobo. Hey, Bushka. Yep. Had a great breakfast. And so we're going to do a little snow clearing here. I'm going to get the hood cleaned off so I can put the wipers down. We put the wipers up because they don't freeze to the windshield. A lot of folks says you shouldn't do that, but you know, man, if you don't, then your wipers freeze the windshield, then it messes your wipers all up. So
And those are brand new. So.
and those are brand new wipers. So Terry says I'm napping and listening. Okay, darling, you deserve it. I hope Walleye Guy got some good rest last night. It was howling. It sure was. That wind, it's blowing pretty good out there. Bushka says Mary. Bushka says Terry. Mary says Bushka. You guys are awesome. Thanks for coming in here this morning on this snowy winter day. Big storm. Heck, we even had Jim Cantori was here up in the city. We had some thunder snow last night. Of course, I didn't hear it. I was sleeping. But they showed a big pile up on 470, which is one of the main big roads here around town. Folks, it went bad. It got bad so quick. And of course, folks don't, a lot of them don't get it. And so, yeah. Mary says, thunder snow. It's hiding behind the heart, Mary. I'll have to wait till it pops up behind there. That's X something. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Extra fun. That's extra fun. That's what she says.
Oh, that's extra fun. Oh, yeah.
Thunder snow, that's extra fun.
Yeah. It it was rocking and rolling for sure. But yeah, a friend of ours, like, I called them. They had been trying to call. She's a really sweet gal. She's like a sister. Oh, there's a squirrel. He's up on the line. You dumb squirrel, what are you doing out there? There he goes.
Oh, he slipped too. He said, okay, I think I'm gonna get off of this.
Or is he still going down the line?
No, he's on the pole.
Oh, is he on the
between
pole?
the lines. You see that little...
Silly squirrel.
Yeah, you can see his tail below the bottom line.
You better go back up there and get in his little spot.
Maybe it's warm, I don't know, but he's still sure is slipping.
Mary says, I'm very happy to be below the frost line. I know that's right, Mary. Yeah. Well, I wish it was a little warmer. Florida, y'all aren't really prepared for cold weather like this. And it's going to get kind of chilly. There's some big cold and some big wind coming in. Mary says, no, y'all sure aren't. My aunt lived in Port St. Lucie, and
I made it to the tree.
Oh, the squirrel made it off the line. He's down at the trees now. He was a slipping and a sliding. There's, like I say, there's ice all over everything. But yeah, they lived in Port St. Lucie, and they were from Wisconsin, so they knew all about cold weather. But man, those poor old senior citizens, you know, Port St. Lucie, those condos that down there are just full of us old people, and and, and you know, when the cold air punched out, and I'm talking 50 degrees, baby, it get down to 50 degrees, and them poor old folks lose their minds, like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm freezing. Well, you have 9 degrees and a you know, wind, 35-mile-an-hour wind. I don't know if you can see it, but that snow is blowing almost straight across over here across the road. It's pretty windy out there, and we got a blizzard. We got a blizzard going on for sure. Mary says I might just take pictures of how we dress when it's cold because it's funny. Then people in Florida be going, look at Mary, look at she, what is she doing? And Mary knows about that cold air. She's from Michigan. Mary says, me too. I'm from Michigan, so Mary knows about that winter stuff. Yeah, them people in Florida, them Floridians, they really don't get it. Mary says, yep. Oh man. Yeah, look at that. It's blowing. That's a blizzard out there, folks. And we've got a big pasture out here to the west of us. Oh, there goes the snowplow. That's the county guys there.
Oh, too bad he didn't have it down on the road.
No, he didn't. He was spreading salt though.
Oh, he was spreading salt. Maybe he's letting that.
Yeah, they can't hurt with this cold air going to come in. If they scrape that off of there, it'd glaze over.
Hey, you think though that it would flash freeze dry?
But they're throwing some sand and salt mixture down those little tracks, and we've seen a little bit of traffic. Mostly the farmers. Of course, everybody's got 4-wheel drive trucks and stuff, and this snow, and it's not a glaze. It's not a glaze situation. We've got the sleet. It changed over, and so the ice has a texture on it. It's not a glaze ice, and then it snowed on top of it. So it's if you're going to have a snow and ice storm, this is the one to have. Bobby is coming across through Iowa. He came across from, you know, on the northern side. So he's probably on I-80, I would imagine now. So he didn't come through St. Louis.
Oh, he didn't?
Because he's in Ohio, so.
Well, that's good.
So he's running the northern route across to Aurora. So Mary says, I don't miss it at all. I bet, Mary. Yeah, I know, darling. We've been kind of spoiled here lately. The past few years been kind of mild winter. This is really the first big winter storm we've had for several years. It has. Now we've gotten snow, but it's not like this. This is folks, you know, this is a big one here for sure. Mary says, okay. Oh, and Mary says, oh, lucky you. Yeah. And Mary says, 10 cold. 10 cold there, Mary.
10 cold.
Yeah. Oh, Mary. Oh. And Mary says, olden days snow. Yep, back in the old days. Oh my goodness. That's a good one, Mary. 10 cold. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so we're just out here in the truck. We're nice and warm now. And oh, there goes the farmer going back. I just saw him go uptown here just a little bit ago.
Mr. Nelson?
No,
Oh.
not Mr. Nelson. I did see his truck was out though. over there. Somebody's truck. It might have been Junior's truck. I don't know.
No, there's still a truck out there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Mr. Nelson's truck or if that's Joe's truck or Junior. I'm not sure. Oh, I just seen the lag in the truck just went by. It just went by.
Oh.
So that's how much of a lag we've got. Oh, let me see. Oh yeah, I'm 25 seconds. Let me bump her up there so I can, there we go. I was 25 seconds behind.
Did you put the shovel in the garage?
The what?
The shovel in the garage?
Yes, I did. I didn't want it getting all icy.
Oh, like the broom is gonna.
Huh?
Said like the broom is gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to bring out the Pam and spray it. The shovel.
Oh, right.
So it wouldn't. I'll do that because I have to shovel over there to the container.
Yeah, I told him that you probably,
Yeah, you
because
don't.
my boots are in the,
And plus, you don't need to be doing it anyway.
yeah, I know.
I can do it.
Well, don't be getting all carried away. Just a
Oh, you know I won't.
little path. And,
You know I just do our paths
yeah,
to where we need to go.
and then I'll go over and, get in the container. Oh, Mary says that's a great idea. Spray the shovel with Pam. Yeah. I don't know where we learned that. I used to do with WD-40, and then I don't know how, if we saw it somewhere or somebody, if we just started doing it or what.
But I think I ran across it someplace.
Might have been on the tube probably. So yeah, it works pretty good. You spray that on there and it slides right off of there. It works really good with the wet snow. Now this is a dry.
Oh, so it's not sticking
It's still sticking, but not as
bad.
not like a wet snow.
Cool. Then I'll go ahead and spray it for you.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to spray it. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, man, that snow is blowing sideways out here. That's why I say you can't really tell how much we've gotten because it's not snowing straight down. It's the wind's blowing it off everything. But it's a pretty good dose. We're getting a pretty good dose of snow. That's for sure. But yeah, we're just gonna hang out here in the truck and like I say, I'm gonna leave the stream up, the snow stream. Leave that up and let it run today. So that's why I say if y'all want to, scroll around or whatever you want to do and then come back later or just we'll be in and out, of the truck. Will be, a little clearing a little snow and not a whole lot because it's supposed to do this all day. So, but Mary says, okay, yeah, Mary, you just go scroll around, darling, and we'll be in here piddling around. I got my game that I play, and we don't have to have the hotspot going out here. We got 2 bars and 4G today, so don't have to use that hotspot time and so yeah. Mary says thumbs up. So yeah, go check out Sonny and all of them like I say, I probably do the same thing. I've got the tablet fired up, but Mary, thanks so much for coming in, darling. It's always wonderful hanging out with you. Yeah, we do too. We just signed up for that unlimited hotspot. Well, I don't know if it's unlimited.
We have 60,
We've got 60 gigs,
but our data is unlimited.
and our data is unlimited. But we only do the hotspot in the house. But it's not good enough to stream, and it's on my phone, and my phone's what we stream on, so that's why I can't really stream in the house. And I need to do some editing and that kind of carries on. But with my phone on the hotspot, you can't really use it to fool around with much. Mary says, "Oh, thanks." Oh, Mary, no, well, you're welcome, darling. We sure love you. You work so hard, and you're always in our prayers that the Almighty keeps you safe while you're out on the road. Mary says 25 a month visible. Yeah, I think they just added $1. It cost us $1 to bump up that hotspot, and even for the whole month, I was approaching the limit on our previous, but it wasn't anywhere near 60. It was like, I think 20, 25, and that was, for almost the whole month.
Who does she have hers with?
Do
Who does Mary's gig have? Who is she with?
I don't know, Mary. Who's your provider, darling? Marine Army Mom says, "Hi, Mrs. Mobo."
Hello.
Mary says, "Unlimited everything."
Visible, but she has Verizon.
She'll let us know. Yeah, visible by Horizon.
I haven't heard of Visible. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, we got that dollar thing.
But it's ungodly what they charge you.
But if it was, if we had gone over the limit, I don't know, what it would have been. Oh, there's
She has Visible.
Mary says, Marsha. I don't see Marsha. I see Marine Army Mom. There's iCreator. Hey, Creator. What's going on, man? We're sitting out here in the blizzard, watching the blizzard. Miss Mobo just got the windshield cleaned off. I started the truck up, so it was all pretty melted. She shoved it off so we could see, but Creator says, blessed be Mr. and Ms. Mobo. He's sending hearts and prayers. Thanks, Creator. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in and hanging out for a little bit. Mary says, $1 is not bad. And then Mary says, I have Visible by Verizon.
Yeah, I'm looking that up.
Oh, Diane's, Ms. Mobo's looking that up.
So I'd never heard of that.
Terry says, my goodness, 50-mile-an-hour wind. Yes, darling, that's, I don't know if we got a 50 going on, but it's up around 30, 35, and it's supposed to get stronger as the day goes along. So you're on what you got right now is coming our direction. So it's gonna have the icicles that comes off of the roof on the house are tilted a little bit because the wind blowing it down the roof. As it comes, the water melts off of the roof the icicles are kind of sideways on the roof. Mary says, wow, Terry, yeah, 50-mile-an-hour wind. I'll bet that RV's a rocking. I hope you guys are doing well. Glad you got the windshield thawed off, and let it kind of subside. Stay where you're at. Don't move from your spot, Terry. Please stay there. And this is all moving. It's all moving through. So they say it should drop down to below 10 mile an hour here this evening. So just hang tight where you're at. Let them get a handle on the roads, and always remember, you know, if the propane gets low or whatever, you can always call the sheriff. Don't hesitate to call the sheriff. They'll be there for you, I promise. They know about this stuff, and so just be safe. Stay there, and just keep your windows de-iced, and open your door every now and then. I not got in the truck. It was a pretty good coat of ice on the truck. I had a little trouble getting that door open. Mary says, oh, my bad. Oh, no bad. Mary says, hey, Marine Army Mom. Mary says, hi. Marine Army Mom says, hey, Mary. Mary says, I'm going to go get lunch. All right, Mary. Well, like I say, this will be up and running all day, and so we can watch the snow come down, and we'll be clear, and I'm going to work on getting the wipers down so I can clean the windshield off. So you go eat lunch, and we'll see you a little later. 10 cold. Terry says, yes, rockin' RV. yeah, the local football team is out there in Denver today. Of course, we've got the number 1 seed wrapped up, but Denver's still playing for position, and they were several hours late getting out of the airport because they had closed it because the runways had iced up. I mean, this blew in. It turned bad really quick. It was here, and it was solid ice. They were crashing. People were crashing their cars. And Jim Cantoni, he's in Kansas City, and they had some thunder snow. Of course, we didn't hear it because we was sleeping. But yeah, it's a true blizzard for sure. This is how they define a blizzard: snow with a 35-mile-an-hour wind. So it's a blizzard. But you stay put. It's blowing. It's moving. It's not like it's gonna stick around. I had a guy come in this morning in the chat, said he's from Colorado Springs, and it was snowing there in Colorado Springs. So it's a big storm. This thing's a monster. And folks that were here that are in Ohio, Tori and Carol, it's ice in there right now, and the snow is headed their way for this evening. So this is moving. It's not gonna linger too much. Now the cold air might. The cold is going to be here for a little bit, but single digits the next few days. So, but you stay put there. They'll get a handle on the roads, today and tonight, and even tomorrow. It might be a challenge tomorrow too, but just a day at a time, darling. That's all we can do. Just a day at a time. The Almighty will let you know when it's time to go. He'll tell you. You'll feel it in your heart. When your heart tells you it's safe, you'll be good to go. Just listen to the Almighty. He'll let you know. I'm gonna go over here and have a little look at my game, see if anybody attacked my city last night. They got some of these guys in this game are brutes, boy. Of course, I got the shield over the top of my city, so they can't really attack the city per se, but they can. I had left one of my squads out on a silver mine, and so they can attack that. But we'll go over here and see. We'll see if I got attacked last night. I think we can turn this heater down a little bit. Oh, I got you. Let me look at you.
Did you see where Terry says, listen to you, mobo really is soothing?
Oh no, I was getting ready to look. I seen the chat moved up a little bit.
She said, like a daddy.
Oh. I seen the chat move. Let me look here real quick, see if I got attacked. Oh no, my army finished gathering resources. So they must not have attacked me. So let's go have a little look and see. Go back to the chat. Oh, Terry, yeah, Terry, listening to you, Mobo, is really soothing. Like a daddy. Bless your heart. Well, darling, you know, I'm about old enough to be your daddy. I think I got about 20 years on here, so. Oh, Terry sending, how would you say that? A smiley face with hearts, love and kisses. I'll just say that. Oh, and Terry sending prayers too.
Aw, thank you, Terry.
Marine Army Mom says, we got freezing rain last night and got more now with snow tonight. Yeah, that's kind of out down here. Marine Army Mom, it started yesterday afternoon as a mist, and it just coated everything. It was 27 degrees, and so as the day went along, the ice started to really accumulate, and the traffic up in the city it just went bad so fast that they had a big pile up over on one of the big roads up there, and the truckers were spinning out on some of the hills, and so it got really bad, and then it started to rain. It actually turned to rain, and it really started coating everything. But just before it made the switch over, it started to sleet. It turned into a sleet rain mixture, and it textured the ice. So it took the glaze off the ice, and then it started to snow. And then the wind picked up, and the wind blew. It blew all night. Like I say, it's a steady 30 mile an hour, I would say, easy. The snow right now is blowing sideways, so it's not coming straight down. So it's coming your way, darling. It sure is. Um, so I'm hoping everybody is at home safe, and we know Terry and Walleye Guy, they're in their RV somewhere in Kansas. They man, I tell you, they were almost home. I tell you, they're pretty close. They was pretty close to home, and she showed there's a picture. I think it's her thumbnail. It showed the mirrors were icing. The ice was coating the edges of the mirrors, and then they had a flat tire. Apparently there was a deer laying in the road, and there was no way to avoid it, and it flattened one of their tires. And so Walleye Guy got the tire changed, and they got off the road, and so they're safe. They're safe near resources, and so our prayers are answered for Terry and Walleye Guy to be safe, and the pups, Frankie and I can never remember the other little dog's name. He's a little white dog. He's just a wire. Him and Frankie, they're a pretty good pair. Lucy. I knew that I'd heard you say that, and I don't know why I can't remember that. Oh, here we got Rich Boy Troy says hi. Hi, Rich Boy Troy. Thanks for stopping in, brother. Good to see you on this live stream and stuff. We have to be out in the truck because it doesn't work in the truck in the house. So, but yeah, Lucy. Now I don't know why I have such trouble remembering that, because that's what my mom's name is. So and I don't. Oh, that's too funny. Frankie and Lucy. Too bad you didn't name Frankie Ricky. It'd been Ricky and Lucy. Oh, Terry's in the bless your heart, Terry. Yes, darling. You've always got hugs from us. We're just glad you're off the road and you're safe. Because this will pass. We can't replace you and Walleye Guy and the pups. So you just stay where you're at, and there's good folks, that'll be there for you if you need them. Yeah, this weather, it's moving. So, but yeah, the wind should start to subside here in a few hours. But you're going to be in this for a few more hours. They say it won't stop. It could snow here till this evening. But that tomorrow, the wind will subside. But of course, the cold air moves in. It just keeps getting colder, and the truck says 21 degrees right now. So, and we're going down to single digits, and we'll stay there for a couple of days, they said, in the next week. Or later this week. We've been kind of spoiled. It hadn't been a storm like this here for several years, so folks gets kind of spoiled. But it'll move on through. had to get a little mint. I'm kind of hoarse today. Terry says, I don't know when to get back on the road. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, Terry, that's a good plan. Because it'll take them most of the day tomorrow to get a handle on this. So yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I thought I was kind of thinking probably Tuesday is probably going to be a good bet. But you know, you gotta let them get the road squared away, because the cold air is gonna settle in, and so this isn't gonna melt much. And then you know, I'd like to see you just drive in the daytime and don't do any night driving. You know, find you a place, even though you might be close to home. Because you know what happens, when roads start to glaze and then carrying on and at night. And so that's a good plan, yeah. I would say Tuesday at the closest, and Wednesday probably would be a better, because it's going to get so cold it'll evaporate the ground and stuff, but the roads will dry up because the cold air will evaporate it. Marine Army Mom says, yes, everyone in this weather, please stay safe. Terry says, one hour at a time for me. I know, darling. Yeah, that's a true statement. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, we were all there with you last night, darling, and we're glad that you and Walleye Guy are, and Frankie and Lucy are doing good this morning. Terry says no night driving. Yeah. That because this stuff refreezes. You get that refreeze at night, even though it's cold in the daytime. You still got that solar, that solar coming through the clouds and helping to kind of melt and evaporate this. But then at night, it refreezes. And Terry says, thanks, Army Mom. Yeah, thanks for your great sentiment there, Marine Army Mom. Yes, everyone, please be safe. Things can wait a little bit, but we can't replace somebody if they were to get hurt or something. So we want to. Oh, it looks like we was buffering there a little bit.
I'm sorry, I was looking up something.
So let me go back over to the game here. I'm watching the chat for movement. I don't see none. I'm watching the chat. I'm in my city now. Okay. Collecting my resources, and I've got some scrolls that are waiting on me. Oh well, I have four scrolls in my elite summon. I don't get that many very often. I think it's because I've been, oh, there we go. I got Minamoto. He's one of my captains. You get him. You get your captains when you collect the scrolls. Let's see who this one is. I'd like to get Hercules. They say he's a really good fighter in the marches. Let's see who this one is. I don't know. I've seen that guy. Wow. A lot of scrolls. One more here. Let's see who this one's for. Oh, that's that other samurai looking dude. Let's see what this one is. Oh, that's that Arabian looking guy. Okay. Oh, I even got a achievement for Captain Minamoto. Oh, I got a chest. Oh, that's good. We'll have to check and see what's in that one later. I'd like to do the swordsman tube, huh? I don't have enough. I think I might be able to move some of my stuff around. Maybe I can get that. So yeah, we're just chilling out here in the truck, watching it snow along with y'all. And like I say, I'm gonna leave this stream up today, and we'll watch it snow together. And we're out here in the truck, and we're safe and warm, and we can get out and move a little snow around. I've got to get my boots out of the container, so, and I'll try to work on the windshield a little bit and get the wipers put down, clean the windshield up. It's a little drippy. A little drippy. I've been kind of looking at some non-copyrighted music, but it's all techno stuff, and so it doesn't throw copyright strikes. But I don't know. So some of it's kind of far out there. I'm not sure. I had to just have it quiet, you know, not talking and stuff. But oh, who said? Is that Racing King?
Let's see.
Let me go.
Yeah, Racing King.
Hey, Racing King, what's going on? Thanks for stopping by, watching it snow with us. We got a blizzard going on here in Missouri today. It's snowing pretty good lick right now. Thanks for stopping in and saying, hey, appreciate you. What do? I see you don't have any content. You've been in here a while. Oh, you got a Bud Light there in your. I ain't touching that. I don't drink beer, and I never drank Budweiser anyway. I liked Corona. I like that Mexican. That's Mexican beer. Everybody says they had a bunch of Mexicans peed in a bottle, but I don't know about all that. But I was never a Budweiser guy. You always give me all of that. Budweiser always give me a headache. Let's Racing King says, hey, nothing much, and you're welcome. It is cold in New Hampshire. No snow here. Well, I'll tell you, Racing King, I think this might be coming your way. This is a monster of a storm. Ohio's expecting it's icing there right now. It iced here yesterday, and now it's turned to snow today. So Ohio, it'll turn to snow this evening. So this is headed your way. Make sure you got your wood pile stocked, and your refrigerator, your food, and if you use fuel oil for your heat or propane, make sure to get that filled up, because this got some mighty cold air. It's dragging some mighty cold air down behind it as it moves across the country. So so you might want to keep an eye on your weather report and try to prepare, because it got mighty ugly around here pretty quick yesterday. It started as a mist, and it started icing on everything pretty much immediately. It was 27 degrees, and it didn't take it no time to start coating stuff, and the roads went bad really quick, and they had a couple of pretty good sized pile-ups out on the interstates and around Kansas City, and the semis were spinning out on the hills. It just got really ornery really quick. Racing King says, oh yeah, everything is all ready since winter started here. Yeah, New Hampshire, you've already had some pretty good stuff up there. Yeah. Well, it's good to be prepared, because it is winter time, and it's going to be like this for a couple of months. But now we're kind of getting the little snowballs, what do they call that? When it snows, the little snowballs like
Sleet.
that. No, that ain't sleet.
It's snow and sleet together.
They have a name for it. They got a name for everything,
Mm-hmm.
Racing King says, now what are you? Are you a truck driver? Well, no, I used to be. Back in the day, I didn't go over the road, but I did stay local. I drove big trucks. I had to stay within 100 miles of the office. So I did, but I was home every night pretty much, and all. So, but I drove delivery trucks for car parts back in the day, and then I worked for several bearing companies in the city over the years, and I wore out, I don't know how many. I'd have to sit down and figure it out. I've always said I was going to do that one of these days, but I wore out many new trucks. They would pretty much trade them in once they had about 250,000 miles on them, they would get new trucks. And so I got lots of new trucks, and so I had 250,000 miles on it when they trade them in to get new ones. So I drove a lot of trucks, a lot of new trucks. Racing King says, I just had to ask because looks like you guys are in a vehicle. Yeah, Racing King, we live in a steel building, so there is no signal in the house. I can get signal on a hotspot on my phone. It was keep it next to the door, the front door, and but if I'm going to do a live stream, I have to come out here in the truck, and we got a pickup truck, and so me and Miss Mobo are sitting out here in the truck. It's nice and warm, and we're just watching snow come down. We're getting them little sleet balls. It's not really sleet, but it's snow and sleet together. They got a name for it, but it's them little balls, boy. And I mean, it's just blowing and carrying on so fierce. I think you can see the flag over there on the shop blowing. It's pretty windy out there. So yeah, we are in a vehicle. We're sitting out in our driveway, and we're live streaming today. It's a snow stream. Racing King says, "Oh, okay. No, it's not freezing rain. We had that yesterday. It's a snow and sleet. It makes little balls. It's not like a snowflake. It's like little snowballs. They got a name for it. But we had a good coating of freezing rain yesterday. Like I say, it started out as a mist, and it didn't take it very long to it started coating everything pretty quick. And then the roads really it went bad really fast. About 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and we had a friend that had been trying to call. So I came out in the truck yesterday and gave him a call.
Grapple.
Scrapple?
Graupel.
Yeah, that's what they call it, scrapple.
It isn't snow nor sleet nor hail.
Now say what it is. What they?
Grapple is actually an interesting mix of snow crystals and ice.
Huh. So they call it grapple, scrapple. Grapple? With a G?
Graupel.
Grapple. So it's grappling right now. Oh, Terry says grapple. So that's what's doing here right now. We got snow with it, but we're getting these little snowballs. Oh, so Race King says, well, gotta go. Nice chatting with you. Take care. Hey, Racing King, thanks for coming by and hanging out for a little bit. Appreciate your support for our little channel. And before you go, I'd like to see you do some content. You know, do a little video and just let us know what your neighborhood looks like or what you do, and I'm gonna give you something that's always give to me. I mean, you've been on a long time. You seem like you're a pretty normal guy. Nice chat with you. thanks again. Appreciate you, and be safe in New Hampshire. And we'll be thinking about you and watching as this storm moves across, because I believe it's coming your way, brother. I sure do. So be safe, Racing King, and we'll see you downstream. And as Mary says, 10 cold. All right, brother, be safe. Terry says grapple or hominy snow. Yeah, that's what it looks like, hominy. But it's a blowing sideways. I tell you what, we've got a true blizzard. Make sure to pull your sweatshirt down, or something's going to get cold back there. These mobo's going out. Yeah, hominy snow. The Race King says, yeah, y'all, you're welcome, and thank you. Thank you for making blue, and stay safe out there. Yeah, we're right here at home. We're all stocked up, and we got a little store up here in town that if we need any milk or any egg, anything little like that. So, and it's just a mile up the road here. So, but thanks again, Race King, for coming in and chatting for a little bit, hanging out with us. I look forward to seeing you on the next stream. She's getting in there. Yeah, the truck's getting pretty warm. It's pretty warm now, so. But yeah, Racing King, that blue thing, it's not so much that, I don't have a lot of trouble with instigators and agitators, but it's mainly where you can connect with folks, and we can help each other's channels grow together. Now, I try to go into subs. I've got 100 and, well, it's bouncing between 188 and 100, and I think it's down to 185 this morning. And we don't know what YouTube's deal is. We don't know how they work all that and everything. But I always try to watch a sub every day. And like one of their shorts or their little videos or something. But I don't always get it done. But I want to thank each and every one of my subs, if they're in here or if they should watch this later down the road. That I thank them for subbing our little channel. I mean, we aren't hung all up in the monetization and all of that carries on. We just do it to, we got a nice little community. It started out by chatting a lot of folks is, in their chats, and so it's for us to be able to connect with each other and to help our channels grow. But you wouldn't never have to really take care of any instigators or agitators. That's what I call them. Some people call them haters, and some calls them trolls, and I just call them misinformed. That they don't have to do that. There's no reason for them to come in there and and be that way. But some folks just can't help themselves. They have to. That's the way they have to be. Feel like they have to be recognized that way. And that's kind of sad, but that's true. That's the way it is. Especially on these vertical streams, because you can scroll. You know, a lot of people are scrolling, and they come across the channel, and they probably do that in lots of people's chats. You know, be an instigator or an agitator. It's a shame that's how they have to draw attention to themselves, but that's just part of it. And I think YouTube kind of thrives on that conflict thing. They like to, for some reason, they like that conflict. See how people reacts to it and everything. But you're certainly welcome, my friend. If you're still listening, be safe in New Hampshire, and we'll look for you again downstream. Ms. Mobo's over there knocking the ice off of the door frame. It accumulates, the snow accumulates on the roof, and it melts. We got the heater running inside, and so it melts off of the roof, and so we get some pretty big icicles down the roof. There's one right there. It's looks like to be about, it's approaching 3 foot long. We got a big stick that we go around and beat it off of the edges, but it wouldn't do any good right now. And that, kind of keeps it from really water dripping, because as the water runs down the icicle, it freezes, so it doesn't drip liquid water onto the around the door frame. So, well, I'll tell you what, it's a coming down. It's snowing a pretty good lick. That grapple. We're getting grappled right now. You can probably see it I don't know if you can see it in the windshield. Yeah, you can kind of see it. See it there on the windshield. Like I say, I'll get out here and I'll get the brush, the windshield brush, and I'll scrape that snow. Ms. Mobo, she can't reach. She's kind of a little short girl, and she can't reach from across there. Oh, Terry says, I just looked outside and we have 2.5 foot, 2.2 foot, or 2 2-foot snow drifts. Yeah, man, it's blowing. It is blowing. It's a doozy. It is a doozy, boy. It is a doozy. That's a great adjective. Yeah, it was a monster storm, and it moved in really quick. Once it came on shore out there on the west coast, it wasn't but just hardly a day before that was here. It came across in a big hurry, and I do believe it's gonna blow right on by. It looks like I say, Racing Kings probably, and the folks, Carol and Tori, our folks in Ohio, are going to see this same setup is happening to them right now. They're getting the ice today, and then the snow moves in for tonight and tomorrow. just like it done here for us. So so yes, sir, it's a doozy. But we're all, like I say, here we were kind of prepared for it. They've been talking about it for, a week, that it was coming. They've been tracking it. When it was still, before it even came ashore, they were talking about this was gonna wrap up into a pretty good storm. And they called this one. They miss it a lot of times, but this one here, they pretty much called this one. Yeah, I'm awful hoarse today. I'm sorry about that. Not as bad as it has been, but I'm still pretty hoarse. Oh, there goes the county guys back by. Like I say, he's not plowing. He's salting. He's dropping salt and sand. Because I think they want to keep this. They don't want to scrape this off because there's ice underneath it, and so they're throwing some salt and sand mixture down on it, spreading that out. But all the old farmers, you've been seeing a few cars. Not traffic very light today. Of course, it's noon. I guess over here it's almost 1 o'clock, and so I imagine that a lot of the folks are in the house watching the local team play football. The kickoff, I believe, was at noon, and they're playing Denver today. So Terry says, yep, if I'd made it home by the weekend, if I make it home by the weekend, we're going to have another snowstorm in Denver next weekend. Yeah, this is it's going to come in waves, they said, so, and there's not going to be a lot of natural melting, because of the temperature is going to be in the single digits for the next several days. Terry says, I wished I would have been paying more attention because I didn't hear about it, but I was watching my Doppler. Well, Terry, I seen you did some beautiful sunset and sunrises, and on the beach, the waves. I tell you, honey, that's just such a peaceful, that ocean, the waves, the Gulf, it may as well be the ocean, kind of connected, but I never thought about saying anything about the incoming weather. I was kind of hoping maybe you would stay a little further south and make it further west before you turn north. I wasn't sure exactly, what your route was, but I knew that you must have turned north and that you were probably in either Oklahoma or Kansas. And I don't know, maybe I should have said something. I don't know. You don't want to, be a mother hen, a father hen. But you're on vacation, That kind of reminds me of a story. We we did a lot of hunting out in Colorado. My dad was a mule deer hunter, and of course, I lost him early in life, and I was getting just old enough to where, and that was the last vacation that we took was to Colorado, and I was just shy of turning 12 years old. That was the year before the accident, and so I never, I can remember we went. He hunted in rifle out there on the western slope, and they're on the river somewhere. And we went out there. There was a cabin that the company owned this cabin, and a bunch of the guys would get together, and they'd go out there every year. He went every year. I've got some mule deer racks from back in the mid 60s. They're huge. These racks are huge, and they came out of Rifle, Colorado. So I never got to go, deer hunting with him. I think we'd have been great hunting partners. I love the outdoors. Always have. We've done we floated about every river there is to float here in Missouri, and hunted about every wildlife area, every national forest. We got a lot of Mark Twain National Forest here in the state. Missouri is an awesome state for hunting and fishing. So when I got old enough, I always wanted to go to oh, Terry says we stayed as far south as we could. Yeah, this storm was a monster. I mean, this cold air is going all the way to the Gulf. So I don't know if there's any way you could have avoided it. I really don't. But I didn't want to. You're pretty sharp. You and Walleye guy. You're fish hunters and you're fishermen. You live in Denver in the mountains and the snow. You're used to all of that. So you know the deal. You don't need some old flatlander twisting your ear like that. So anyway, we had to, being a non-resident, you used to be able to just go out and buy a license. That's what Daddy done back in the day. They just go out and buy a license. Well, later on, when it come time for me, they had a drawing program. If you were a non-resident, you had to apply for a tag and then wait for a lottery to be drawn to get that tag to be able to come to Colorado and hunt. Well, it took several years of that, going through that whole process, and I finally talked one of my brother-in-laws into going through the whole thing with me, and so we got drawn. We got a tag, and we always done our hunting. We did a lot of hiking. We whitewater rafted on the Arkansas River a lot, and we had really good friends that we made that were river guides that we had rafted with, and so they lived in Howard, Colorado, up on the side just below the Twin Sisters. 14ers there by Howard, Colorado. So we would go out and base camp in Howard on the river. The Arkansas River runs right through Howard. Of course, we'd fish and love trout fishing, and we'd cook trout on the campfire, wrap them in foil with butter and onions and little garlic, and oh my goodness, they were so good. And we'd wrap them in foil and cook them on the campfire. Oh my goodness. So then we would go out, several days ahead of the season to acclimate, because I have a little bit of issue with altitude. And so then when the season started, we would leave Howard. We'd leave our base camp in Howard, and we would go up into the mountains. About 12 miles. We were about 12 miles in, up in the Santa Cristo National Forest, in the San Juan. I don't know. I think it was the Santa Cristo. And there's a base camp, a hunting camp area up there where the horse people would camp. They haul their horses up there, and then there was we were just below the Rainbow Trail that runs along the east side of the Santa Cristos and the San Juan, just below the divide, and it's called the Rainbow Trail. And we hunted in the Stout Creek area. There's a creek that a mountain stream that run down between the twin sisters, and it was called Stout Creek. And so we would put a hunting camp up there. We were just about 1,000 feet below the timber line. Beautiful. It's just so beautiful. I tell you, I have so many great memories. I've lived a great life, and I wouldn't trade it for nothing in the world. Other than I would have liked to have done it with my dad. That's the only regret, that I never got to hunt with my dad. So we would put up a hunting camp up at just below tree line. They're just below the trail. I believe it was just close to 10,000 feet, right in that general area. And we would hunt there for 10 days. Well, I was a weather nut, and I always had all the topographical maps, and I'd already hunted the area before we ever even got out there. I had all the topographical maps and all that stuff. That's kind of what I done, and so on across the radio, on a weather report came that there was a big low gathering in New Mexico, and it was around Albuquerque, and there was a thing out there they said if you get a low pressure area coming out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, they called it an Albuquerque low, and if you heard something talking about an Albuquerque low, you better either get off the mountain, or you better go down and get your supplies and get ready, because when you got an Albuquerque low comes up there, it's going to snow a lot. So sure enough, across the radio come an Albuquerque low was headed for Colorado. Uh-oh. So I told my brother-in-law, I said, hey, we need to make a decision. Are we going to stay here, or are we going to go back down the mountain? I said, because it's fixing to snow, and it's going to snow a lot. My brother-in-law said, well, how do you know that? I said, well, because I pay attention. I said, so if we're going to stay here, because we were about 3 days into the season, I had a week to go. I said, we need to go down to town, and we need to get our, little propane bottles filled up, and get our supplies stocked up, because I said, we're liable to be up there for a little while. So we went downtown. We decided we were gonna stay. So we went down to town, and we got all our supplies stocked up, all our propane and all that stuff, and we was getting ready to head out of town. And I said, "Well, aren't you going to stop at the hardware store?" He said, "Well, what are we stopping at the hardware store for?" I said, "Dude, do you got a snow shovel in your truck?" "I didn't bring a snow shovel." "Did you bring a snow shovel?" I said, "Because we're probably going to need a couple of them." So we stopped at the hardware store, and we got a couple of good heavy duty snow shovels, and we headed on back up to camp. Well, here it come. We was listening to it on the radio. Hit Durango, coming into Durango. Uh-oh. Well, day and a half later, it was on us. And I mean to tell you, it was on us. And it snowed, and it snowed, and it snowed, and the wind blew, and the wind blew, and it snowed more. And man, we was up all night shoveling around the tent, because it was piling up on the sides of the tent. And so we kept a nice path around the tent. And man, it was wicked, man. I mean, tell you, I never seen snow like that. It was the most incredible thing. Well, it finally quit snowing 2 days later. And of course, in the daytime we could stand around the outside edge of the tent. There wasn't no, because it was snowing. There wasn't no gonna walk up in the timber and then come back. It was, you'd have gotten lost, and it would have been. And he wanted to try it. I said, hell no. I said, no, we aren't. I said, please don't leave camp. I said, I can't stop you. You're your own man. I said, but dude, the rate it's snowing, it'll cover our tracks up, and we won't be able to find our way back. I mean, it was incredible. By the time I was done, we lost all landmarks. You couldn't see. It was just incredible. It was the most incredible thing I've ever been in. But our tent, survived, and we kept it all, shoveled out and cleaned off and around, and it was a lot of work, and we ate good. Oh my goodness, we partied, and I won't say how we partied, but it was a Rocky Mountain high, let's put it that way. Well, the truck was buried. So once it quit snowing, our first mission was to dig the truck out. I mean, it wasn't going anywhere, but we could at least dig it out, get it, get the snow all cleaned off. It was incredible. I think it snowed. Well, it had to have snowed over 2 feet. It was incredible. And with the wind blowing around the tent where we had been cleaning our path out around the tent, it was waist deep. I mean, it was incredible. So once the sun came out, and we did venture away from camp a little bit, but the snow was thigh deep. It was a lot of work to get 100 yards away from the truck and camp. But we did get out and do a little stomping around. And of course you could see your tracks, because it was, it wasn't snowing, so it wasn't covering up your tracks, so you could see, where you'd been and everything. And there was a couple other campers up in there too. One fellow was over on the other side of this big clearing that we were camped in. And so we kind of, we helped him, dig his stuff out because we were young and virile, young men, and but we weren't going anywhere. There was no way we were getting out of there. It was just not for a while. Well, 5 days went by, and finally a snow. Oh no! It's a snowbird. Miss Mobo's out here cleaning up. Bless her heart, I tell you. This COPD, it's really kind of depressing to not be able to do what you want to do. Kind of rough. So anyway, finally, we start hearing this noise. This rumbling. We didn't know. Down. Well, it was a snowcat, and it was one of the Forest Service guys, because there was hunters up there. I mean, there was hunters. This road that we were on, it went on up further on the side of the mountain up to the Continental Divide. We were just below the Continental Divide. And the Rainbow Trail runs along the Continental Divide on the eastern slope of the Rockies. People bike it and ride bikes and horses and kind of carries on. And so motorcycles, dirt bikes, you can't get above the Rainbow Trail on a motorized vehicle, but you can on a bicycle or a horse. So anyway, here come the Forest Service up in a snowcat, and he was headed up. He came in our camp road and drove a big circle around the valley of the clearing there that we were camped in, and then he headed on up the side of the mountain to the camps that were further up the road from us on the side of the mountain to break a trail for the other hunters that were up higher on the side of the mountain.
Holy crap.
And so
Oops.
we were up in there for 5 days. And we were beginning to wonder if we were going to have to walk out. We didn't know exactly, We were like you, Terry. We were just playing it day by day. So these big storms like this, they're something else. They're a doozy. But man, I'll tell you, that was one of the coolest hunting trips that I had ever been on. And I'll forever remember it.
Shit.
I'll take it with me into the next life. I'll have something to talk about with Jesus around the campfire when I get up there. And thank him for saving us and giving us good sense and to bring us through that storm, because that storm killed a lot of hunters. A lot of hunters lost their lives in that storm over on the western slope. There was a loss of life in that storm, but I always tried to go in prepared. I was always the one that had the maps and was watching the weather and that kind of stuff. And Terry said they stayed as far south as they could before they turned north. But those Albuquerque lows, boy, they're nothing to fool around with. We certainly had had one to remember for sure. We talked about that hunt forever. But now I can't really do that. You know, we got our little piece of the rock here,
I'm just gonna wear it for a second.
and we
Dry.
we pretty much, you know, don't really. I'd love to go to the mountains. We miss it so much, but I have so much trouble with altitude, and now especially pulmonary embolism is a big possibility for me. So I don't think my doctor wants me to go to the mountains anymore, because we talked about it, you know, and how I love to hunt, and then I just couldn't do it anymore because I was having this problem. But pulmonary embolism is a big possibility. Now it could happen down here. It's nothing, you know, nothing's guaranteed. It's not on our time. It's on the Almighty's time. He's the one calling the shots, and he's let me get through lots of stuff, and I truly believe he's gonna get me through this. You know, there's no going back from it. But it's not gonna. There's no cure for COPD. It's just not. It's just something that you maintain. All you can do is maintain it. But I'm not on oxygen. My oxygen sat's good and everything, but it's just not safe for me to go up to altitude like that anymore. It just kind of breaks my heart because we love Colorado. I gave that love of Colorado from my father. I can remember as a young child, he would come home with that big old mule deer in the back of his little Falcon station wagon. And when he'd get home, I'd be out there, and it didn't matter what time it was, and I'd help him carry his gear in, his rifles, and then the next day I'd go out there and in the back of the fence, and I'd climb up on the deer, and I'd be poking it in the eyeball and looking at his rack, and you know, Daddy'd say, "Son, get out of there! You're gonna have ticks all over you," because they just was loaded, just had ticks all over. And so he'd say, "Son, get out of there! You're gonna have ticks all over you." But yeah, this snow ain't nothing to fool around with out there, because it can sure, you know, it can take a lot of different, you know, outcomes. But as long as you use your common sense that the Almighty give you, then you'll be fine. You don't have anything to worry about if you listen to the Almighty, and He communicates with you through your soul. If you know in your soul, He'll tell you. You listen to your heart, and He'll tell you. He'll tell you. You know. He sure will. So. Terry says, "Oh, you can be a father hen." Terry says, "I love that story, Mobo." Terry says she has problems with altitude as well. Yeah, and I tell you, the last, I got so many great stories. I'll tell you another great one, and you can go watch this one. You know, in 2022, I started following the People's Convoy. And, you know, it started out in California. and it started after the Canadian convoy and all that the Canadian drivers went through. I was hoping that the Americans would step up at the same time as the Canadian drivers did, but they kind of followed. They didn't really lead. And so I followed them along their route. I would tell Mrs. Mobo, hey, here's where the convoy is. Well, they went right through, came right down I-44 through Joplin, and I wanted to. There's a great overpass over by Springfield. It's near Springfield. That we could, it's kind of a limited access. There is entrance and exit ramps, but it's a country road. It's near Monette, Missouri. But I'd seen all the thousands of people that were flocking to the overpasses to wave flags and to welcome the truckers as they made their way across the United States, to give the American people back their voice that had been taken from them by the regime that wasn't unelected. Those people weren't elected. And I'm not going to talk about it much because YouTube don't like you talking about that stuff. But I wasn't sure how far we was going to have to park away from that overpass. And Mrs. Mobo's knees are in kind of bad shape. She climbed lots of mountains and helped me drag lots of canoes and lots of gardening and digging and bad knees are kind of hereditary in her family also. It's kind of an issue in her family. So anyway, that's where we got to know, a lot of the drivers. Trucker G, Joe Nagy, Black Wolf, Tyrod. Black Wolf was from Washington State. Tyrod, he lived in Oklahoma, him and his wife. Wonderful people. Oh goodness, Terry. Oh man, so many of the drivers. They came to Missouri, to Jefferson City on January 4th, Independence Day, for a Patriot picnic that was put on by Joe Nagy it was Joe Nagy and a lot of the great patriots here in Missouri. We the People, a great organization that really helped the American people with their voice, get their voice back, and we flag waved with a lot of great people. Becca Cates and her husband Aaron, Jesse Nagy and his wife Carol, Jim Simpson, Jin. Y'all seen Jin. We still have great relationships with all these people to this day, and it's because of the People's Convoy. So he was kind of the pre-runner for the convoy, and he would go out and pre-run the routes and where the exits were and where they were gonna fuel up, get fuel and that kind of thing. And he went by, his handle was Patriot X-Ray, or X-Ray Patriot. It was just X-Ray. But then he changed it later on. It was X-Ray Patriot, or I don't know. Anyway, X-Ray was a great guy. he's a veteran. He also came to Missouri to the first convoy of honor in Branson, Missouri, with Mona Miller of Mona's Moments. That's her channel's name, Mona's Moments. And so we they were having a freedom rally on the steps of the state capitol in Denver. Oh, and Butch, another great older driver, he drove this old Ford rig. It had 5 million miles on it. I haven't heard about Butch lately, and he's up in his early to mid 80s, and he's just a great fella. We went and we met up, out there in Colorado, and we stayed in Colorado Springs, and we went over and met Butch and his daughter for breakfast, and then we convoyed with Butch over to Denver, and we went the back way. It was a big time fun, I'll tell you. And we went to the Capitol building there in downtown Denver, and there's a stream of the Colorado freedom rally there in Denver with X-Ray. He was a streamer. You can go look up his channel. He hasn't done any streaming for quite a while. We love X-Ray. We miss him. Always hope maybe one of these days he'd run across my stream and come in and say hey, but he might. Terry says, great story, Mobo. That was a definite memory. Yeah, I'll tell you, Terry, hunting in Colorado is off the scale. Terry wants to know, what time does the game start for the Chiefs, Mobo? Well, the kickoff, I believe, was at noon. No?
Because they were nominated.
Oh, that's right. It was
I told her 3 or 3:30.
It's 3. That's right. Miss Mobo's told you. Yeah, I think it's 3:30, I believe, because of the hour, the time, mountain time. So they backed it. They backed it down. So yeah, it's about 3. I think 3 or 3:30, like Miss Mobo said. Terry says, thank you, Miss Mobo. Oh, and Miss Mobo says, Terry, you're welcome. Please stay safe out there. And Terry says, yes, ma'am. We're doing the best we can. Yes, Terry, the Almighty has you under his wing, darling. He's taking care of you. He surely is. So anyway, we go out for the Freedom Rally there on the steps of the Capitol building, and I kind of hung out in the back to kind of keep an eye on the vehicles, and because there was flags flying on every vehicle. It was the most incredible, great group of patriots in Colorado. The rally got over with, and I picked up a bag, a half a 55-gallon trash bag of trash from around the Capitol building. I couldn't believe how much trash was on the ground out there. It was, I can't tell you, it was kind of depressing. Anyway, it was a great rally though. There was this little Iranian guy, and I thought he was selling flags. He apparently is on the corner there every weekend. Well, his story was, and he had the Quran in his hand. And there was one guy at the rally, he was really upset about it. In fact, I think he he might have left early. He was so upset by that. But the guy's story, if you listen to him, and I tried to, emphasize, he came up. I asked him, come up and tell your story. Well, the guard, the Iranian army guard, killed his family because of their non-belief in the Quran, that it was, if you know anything about the Muslim faith and how they feel about infidels, we're all infidels. If you're not a Muslim, you're an infidel, and you have no right to breathe. That's just what the Quran preaches, and Muhammad, but this Iranian gentleman, his story was that the Quran is not what it's put up to be. But it was an awesome rally. He was, his arm was messed up because they tried to kill him too. But he lost his whole family to that. In the name of religion. I never understood that. We all should be able to believe what we believe and not have to worry about, us being an enemy because we don't believe, in somebody else's belief. Everybody's different. We're all children of the Almighty. We're all individuals. He didn't make any of us the same, except for identical twins, stuff like that. But yeah, so anyway, we were going to go down through Salida, visit our friends on the way home, and so I knew that X-Ray lived down there somewhere along 24 Highway, somewhere along down through there in Buena Vista or Leadville, somewhere. So we stayed in Leadville, and I tell you, the altitude, I didn't realize that Leadville was that high in altitude, but it was kind of a wrestling match. So anyway, I texted him. I said, hey, we're coming down through that way. You want to meet and have a cup of coffee and chat for a little bit? And so I wasn't expecting to hear from him because he's kind of a private guy. Well, he texted back, well, sure. We'll meet at the Brown Dog Cafe, or so I think that's what it was. The Brown Dog. So sure enough, we got down there and we pulled in to fuel up. It was in Buena Vista, and we stopped there to fuel up. And who come pulling in but X-Ray? He's going to fuel up too. And so, man, we had the best day. And so we're sitting in there, and we had a really great interview with a young man that was a bicycle taxi guy in Denver on one of them 3-wheel bicycles. He taxied people around downtown. He was a great tour guide, knew all about Denver and Colorado and everything. And we had the nicest conversation, some political, some not. And so we was getting ready to go, and X-Ray says, hey, y'all want to do something fun? And so I said, well, X-Ray, I said, as long as it don't involve too much walking or climbing. I said, yeah, I said, we'd be up for doing just about whatever. So we head off down the road. Well, X-Ray, he was a veteran, and he did emergency medical. He was a medic in the Marines, and so he did certifications for the river guides in emergency medical procedures in case something happened on the road or on the river. And so all the river guides had to be certified. So we come tooling down the road, and we pull into this river guide the company. Well, and I knew it looked familiar because we had seen him do a seminar at this place. And so he says, "Here, just wait just a minute, I'll be right back." So he goes in and he comes out and he says, "Come on, man, let's go. This is gonna be fun." And so we walk into this garage. This is a shop, and there on the floor was 3 harnesses and 3 helmets and 3 sets of gloves. And I'm thinking, oh, shoot. Well, and these 2 wonderful young people, they took such good care of us. And so we climb into the harnesses and strap on our helmets and off up the mountain we go to the zip line. I would have never done it. We would have never done it if it hadn't been for X-Ray. He's such a great motivator, and he took such good care of us. And those young people, they were just wonderful to take care of a couple old flatlanders that they couldn't hardly breathe. And so I was behind Miss Mobo, and X-Ray was behind me, and we made her up the mountain to our first zip line station. And oh my goodness, I never had so much fun in all my life. That was the most incredible fun. It was off the charts. And so the name of the stream, if you search zip line with Mobo, and I think the stream's a little over an hour long, and it's of me and Mrs. Mobo and X-Ray and our 2 wonderful young guides zip lining in the Arkansas River Valley. It was the most incredible experience. I would have never have done it had it not been for X-Ray. And so if you want to grin, search that zip line with Mobo and get ready, because it's a grin. It was the most fun, I tell you. You'll enjoy it. You'll get a laugh. We sure had a good time. So we have a lot of great love for Colorado. We rafted about every section of the Arkansas, from Browns Canyon to the Royal Gorge. And we love Colorado. It pains my heart to not be able to go out there. I really miss it. Really miss it.
You see Jen's out here?
Oh, there's my Jen. Hey, Jen. I wasn't even looking at the chat. I'm just rambling on. We're sitting out here watching it snow. We got a pretty good dose last night. It got pretty ugly here. A lot of folks trashed their cars, and now we've got a blizzard going on. Winds between 30 and 35. It's blowing sideways, and it's supposed to do this all day.
She says we should have come down there to escape it all.
Oh, yeah, I figured it didn't look like it was going to stretch on down into there. They said that the kind of the cutoff line was going to be, Clinton and along that, kind of a east-west line, Warrensburg, and anything south of there. Kind of showed like Springfield might be getting a little ice, because it's kind of buckling down towards that way.
Yeah, Carol said that they have ice down there. Jesse already had to trim up a tree limb.
Let me read the chat. Bushka's back. Do identical twins have the same fingerprint? Well, now that's a good question, Bushka. I don't know, brother. Jen Simpson. Mobo and Diane, what are you doing? I know how this ends. Yeah, Jen knows this story, the zip line story. Um, I'll tell you, that was, I just can't even, that was so much fun. Oh my goodness. We love X-ray. X-ray's got some issues, and you know, he's kind of gone his own way. We sure miss him though, but we love him dearly. Love him dearly. Miss Mobo says, "Hey Jen, just watching it snow." Miss Mobo says, Jen, laughing because Jen says, "I know how this story ends." Miss Mobo says, "Yes, you were. You were the." Oh, Jen says, "I was the hot topic that day." Yes, you were. We love Jen. Jen's our sister. We love Jen. We love you, Jen. Miss Mobo says, "Yes, you were." Jen says, "Miss Mobo, y'all should have come down here to escape the weather." Yeah. Well, we can't kind of leave our little kitties, and we were all stocked up. We're used to this. We've seen storms like this before. Hadn't been for a long time though. We're kind of spoiled. Haven't had this kind of weather for quite some time. Miss Mobo says, "I agree. Only thing good about it is we don't have to go out in it." And I say, like Mary says, 10 cold. Oh, Mary. Mary cracks me up. She's such a sweet lady. And Terry too. Terry's stranded in Kansas, Jen. They almost made it home. They live in Denver, and it started icing on them. And then Terry, she ran over a dead deer, and it flattened one of their tires. And Walleye guy, Terry's husband, got the tire changed. I guess it was horrendous. The weather was, while he was out there changing, it was just raining and sleeting, and so, but they made it off the road, and they're in their RV, and they're safe near resources. They're not stranded out on the road anywhere. They're somewhere close to resources. So our prayers, the Almighty answered our prayers for their safety. Jen says, "We're supposed to get the wind later. We just got a winter weather advisory until 6. Me and Joey are just chilling." Well, that's good.
Bundle them up when you let them out.
Yeah, put his little sweater on. Jen says, "I love you guys." Jen, we love you too, darling. Can't even put it into words how much you mean to us. We sure had a wonderful time Christmas Eve. I wish I could have been a little more help, but we got her done, and that was a lot of fun. Those drivers, the looks on their faces, some of them didn't know how to act. They were like, "Well, what is this? What, how much does it cost anything?" They can't believe somebody walk up and give them something free. Terry says, "Oh my gosh, I looked out. I see blue skies. Still windy." Yeah, it's moving, Terry. It's not going to be stuck in one spot. It is moving. It's brighten around here. We can't. It's still snowing to beat the band. But it's going to clear up for you out there. Bushka says, "Terry, blue skies is a light at the end of the tunnel." Yeah, it is, Bushka. Jen says, It's snowing here now. Yeah, you're kind of getting the edge. You're on the edge of it down there, Jen. That's good that you're just getting the snow. Like I say, it started out here yesterday as a mist, a freezing mist, and it coated everything. It was 27 degrees, and I mean, tell you, it was slick. It got slick in a hurry, and by 3 o'clock, the truckers were spinning out, and we had some jackknife issues, and the people were crashing their cars. Like I say, that was by about 3 o'clock. So it went bad here really quick. It got ugly really fast up here. So yeah, a little snow kind of add to the season. But it's a windy booger here. It's blowing sideways. It's a blizzard. This is how they classify it, a blizzard. This is what it's doing here right now. 35-mile-an-hour wind and snow. But I just been sitting here talking to Terry, and she lives in Denver. Her and Walleye Guy, and their two doggies, Frankie and Lucy, and they, like I say, they're kind of stranded. There's quite a blizzard out there where they're at. But we're glad they're off the road and they're safe. And they're near resources. They're not stranded out on the highway or slid off in a ditch or anything like that. They're safe, and that's a blessing. Bushka says, we woke up to snow in Ireland, but won't be like across the pond. Well, I don't know, Bushka. This is a pretty powerful storm. I don't know if it'd make it across the pond or not. It might. It's headed for the East Coast. But yeah, a little bit of snow. We always like a little bit of snow. Jen says, Bushka, I'm hoping to come to Ireland in October. Any travel tips?
Cool.
Jen, she just travels. She's a traveler. She's a world traveler. Are you going with one of your girlfriends? Or is your company sending you over there? Or how is it you decided to go to Ireland? All right. I'm going to leave Ms. Mobo with the chat. Bushka says, depends what you like. Just plenty of research what you want to do. Jen says, I've always wanted to go. May go solo if no one wants to go. Well, that would be pretty cool, Jen. I think that's awesome. Jen's quite the traveler. She just goes everywhere. She's a brave young lady. Jen says, Bushka, I am an outdoor girl, hiking, stuff like that. Terry says Bushka, and she sends him hugs and kisses. Yeah, we love Bushka. Bushka has a beautiful dog. His dog are always out in the woods, uh, walking around. It's very beautiful where Bushka lives. Oh, Terry says Bushka, and she sends him hugs and hearts, and yes, she says yes. Jen says it's perfectly safe for travel solo in Ireland. Yeah, Ireland, you know, it is. You don't hear anything about Ireland and any kind of silliness over there. They're pretty good folks over there, I believe. Oh, Jen says it's perfectly safe for girls to travel solo in Ireland. Bushka says yes, Jen, but times are changing. Well, Bushka, that's true everywhere. You know, it's not the same world, but Ireland, you know, we don't hear a lot of that stuff in Ireland. Oh, it's in the way of the heart. She says, Jen says, Bushka Mobo will tell you I'm kind of mean if I have to be. Yeah, she put a whooping on you, Bushka. I tell you, I want her on my side in a bar fight. Bushka says Ireland is changing quickly because of what's happening in Europe. And Bushka says Terry and sends hearts to Terry. Yeah, Bushka, well, you know, we got a guy now in office here in the United States that I think is going to make the world a safer place than it has become in the past 4 years. And we've seen some silliness happen here in the past few days here in the United States, as it has, you know, all of Germany had this same issue, and with these people using cars and trucks to harm people. It's a shame that's how it is. That's what's, you know, that's. But I think we got a gentleman that's going to make our world a safer place, if you want to know the truth about it. But I'm still curious about that. Do identical twins have the same fingerprint? I don't know, Bushka. Maybe if we got some identical twins watching the stream, maybe they can let us know about that. I'm kind of curious about that myself. You want your water? I'm going to get some water.
No, that's fine.
I'll put the windshield wiper in.
Yeah, this Bismo, I just looked that up too. That was interesting. So Duska says, Mobo, twins' fingerprints are unique. So we are all made different, even the twins. Sweet.
Cool. I didn't know that. That was a good question.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Was it hard to get in the door?
Do what?
Was it hard to get in the door?
No. You came right up.
I had to scrape it.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, goodness. Well, so I got the windshield wipers cleaned off a little bit. Well, it's really snowing out there.
Yeah, it is.
It's coming down pretty good.
Seeing if our mirrors are still heated.
Oh, yeah.
I pushed it in.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think the iciness is over with.
Yeah.
I think we got full snow now.
We're past that snow or ice thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
We made it through that.
yep.
But the folks east, though,
Oh man.
yeah, it's coming. It's coming east. Well, like Carol and Tori said, it's a skating rink out there, so maybe it'll change over to some of that sleet, and it'll add some texture and take the glaze off of.
Bushka says, Mobo, please stay out of the snow.
Yeah.
I couldn't reach the windshield wipers.
Yeah, I had to do the windshield wipers. She couldn't.
But I'm doing the shoveling.
I had to go and get me some water. I was out of water, so I knew I should have bought some candy.
Oh, I'll be going here real shortly.
Yeah, but the thing about twins, Bushka, is they have identical DNA. Their fingerprints might be different, but their DNA is the same. Which is that kind of, when you asked that about the fingerprints, I was like, well, I don't know. Could be because their DNA on identical twins. Now I don't know about just twins, but identical twins, their DNA is identical. Terry says, I'm still kind of napping and listening. Oh, well, thanks, Terry. Bless your heart. I hope it, it's kind of soothing for you, not to say, but just me, just old fat hillbilly yammering. Because you had a long night last night. You need to just be able to relax now. It's daylight, and everything from yesterday is kind of settled down a little bit, and you're in a safe place. So yeah, I hope you can get some rest today. I surely do. Bushka says, yes, Terry, you've been through a lot. You nap anytime you feel like it. Yep. Oh, and Bushka, this Mobo told me, please stay out of the snow. Yeah, Bushka. I can't do like I used to, brother. It's I got this new normal going on, and I'm just gonna have to, it still pains me though not to be able to do, but I'm fine. I'm trying to behave. Well, I'll tell you what, It's a snowing a pretty good lick out there. You can see it on the windshield, you know, sticking. I don't know if you can see it blowing across the hood or not. It's blowing across the hood and just every which direction.
Yeah, you just see it blowing all over. I think it's still working because it looks like there's a ice pot or water pockets behind it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sweet. Bushka says I feel cold just looking at it.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's holding at 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Bushka says be back in a bit. All right, Bushka. Like I say, we'll be here. We're gonna have the stream running. We'll run it all day. So you'll see us out puttering around. So you do what you need to do, brother. We'll see you when you get back. Roger that. Bushka says. Well, I like what Mary said, 10 cold. That was a good one, Mary. Bushka says, I thought that was genius. What's it say, too? Oh, yeah. Come here. Oh, I thought that was genius, 10 cold. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. It is a good one, Bushka. I liked it.
Yeah, I guess Emily and them, their flights were canceled
until
tomorrow. If they cancel tomorrow, then I guess that's when they loaded onto for the cruises tomorrow.
Right.
So if they don't go out tomorrow morning, I guess they're
missing the boat. Huh?
Yep.
Well, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it. Because Emily loves them cruises. I think Chris does too. He seems like he has a good time.
Oh, yeah. And now with the girls being older, they don't have to,
Yeah.
kids can go do their stuff, and because they're all 20 on up.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for them that.
Oh, that ain't right. There. Wait a minute. Okay, it's starting over.
Man.
But, you got to do that, I guess. You got to catch.
It's like, oh. That ain't right.
That's funny.
It is funny.
I'm just glad to see that a lot of people are keeping their butts home.
Yeah. Well, after last night, because there was a stream about the pile up on 470. Up on the home page this morning. There was a bunch of them, looked like about 20 cars or so. There's a bunch of them, all cattywampus and stuff in the road. Oh, Jen says you're taking Joey out. I didn't see that. I'm going to take the Brad out. I'll check back in. Look how it's layering it up over here on the windshield.
Oh.
The little layers.
Oh. That's cool looking.
It's snowing a pretty good lick, man. It sure is.
Yeah, I'm thinking of going and putting on some soup or beef stew. Which one sounds good?
Oh, I think I'd just rather have some soup.
Okay.
Soup would be good. What, chicken soup or?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I think chicken soup sounds good. Oh, Terry says soup.
Yes, a day like this for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Miss Mobo makes a mean pot of chicken soup. It's really good. Really good. What's Sherry say about beef stew? Oh, you can't. Never mind. Beef stew is great too. So, yeah, either one of them's good. They certainly are. Yeah, she makes a great beef stew also. I'm so lucky she gives me a great menu. Most of the time I say, what do you want?
Yep, so you eat whatever I set in front of you.
I certainly do.
Because...
But I think soup sounds good for today. Sounds good.
I seen this one little joke thing that the woman asked her husband what he wants for dinner. And he goes, I don't know. So she said, gave him two choices. So he picked one choice and she said, okay, we're going to have this. And I think I've done that before.
Yeah, I think so too. I would have said, well, why'd you ask me then?
Always nice for input.
Yeah. I've heard that before. Well, you just wait till next time. Yeah, I busted one of my fingernails, so I needed to get them cut anyway. My index fingernail was getting in the way of the game.
Oh my gosh, can't have that.
Yeah. Makes it hard to tap. You gotta kind of turn your finger sideways. Because your fingernail gets in the way.
Man, I feel for those people in North Carolina
I know, man.
that still don't have a place, and
It's just,
it's winters on them and snow.
and the regime still hasn't done anything for them. They could pull those trailers, them campers in down there for them.
Oh, exactly. Well, thank God for the Amish, because those people, they're hard workers, and they'll whip that stuff out in no time at all.
Bushka says, yes, please. I love stew. Guinness stew is so good. We'd have to look up a Guinness stew. It's a beef stew here. That's what. What's in a Guinness? What's in Guinness stew, Bushka? Oh, you put beer in it. Guinness stout. That's what's in Guinness stew.
Okay, that makes sense.
Is that all that's in Guinness stew? No meat or vegetables involved? Bushka? Oh, stew cooked in it. Oh, okay, I got you. Is he piling up out there on the hood again?
Yeah.
I may have to turn them off and pull them out there again and clean out from underneath them.
Uh-huh.
Turn them off so they're not, because it is piled up pretty good underneath them there. Bushka says, but you couldn't imagine how, I imagine it says good, but you couldn't imagine how good it is. Well, I imagine it's probably almost like the brown gravy, kind of. Turns into a kind of a brown gravy in your stew.
I have to try that. I guess instead of using water in it.
Yeah, just use Guinness. Yeah. Guinness stout.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bushka. Well, Miss Mobo, she might have to try that. Bushka says, the taste, Mobo, is unique, just like the twins. Man, it is really snowing, man. Over there across the road, it's blowing straight across the.
Well, you can't see Nelson. You can barely see Nelson's house.
Yeah, it's really coming down now. But here, we got kind of a tree line back here behind us, kind of breaks the wind, so it is still blowing pretty much sideways, but not like it is across the road. Oh man, it's starting to cover up the windshield now. Well, it's piling up underneath the windshield wiper blades again, and so I'm gonna have to get out there and brush the snow out of from underneath the windshield wipers again. Because man, it's really snowing now. It has picked up. It's snowing a pretty good lick.
Got Optimob on.
Oh, was Optimob on?
Uh-huh. Road to Les Moses, Switzerland.
Bushka says, I feel like I can't leave you two in the snow. I feel so bad. Don't feel bad, Bushka. We're good, brother. We're just hanging out here. I'm gonna have to get out here and lift the windshield wipers up and sweep the snow out from under them. But no, we're good, babe. Yeah, the house is just right here, and we aren't on the road. We're at home, safe in the driveway, and Bushka says, no, Mobo, leave it. Don't matter about the windscreen. Well, it's sure, you can see how much it's snowing. And I got the defrosters on. It's warm in here in the truck. Nice and toasty. And we're nice and safe. Terry says, no, Mobo. Yeah, well, I'll just leave it like that then. We'll leave the defroster on, maybe it'll defrost it.
Oh, you turned it off?
No.
The mirrors?
No. Terry says, no, Mobo, go in. Oh, no, we're good. We're good, Terry. Like I say, it's nice warm here in the truck. And we're in good shape. Front door's just right over there. And boy, it's really snowing. It's really coming down now. It's snowing pretty good lick. Bushka said, or Terry says, as long as you're warm and safe. Yes, Terry, we're warm and safe, darling. That's a promise. We're right here in the driveway. We got plenty of supplies, and we even got a couple of new movies to watch. That's what we done earlier in the week. I've been trying to recuperate from this, from the trucker's Christmas. I had some couple flare-ups, and they really take it out of you. It's like I say, it's just part of this COPD thing. So we ordered these movies from Prime. Well, they gave you a week free subscription. So we binge watched Reacher, the series. It's a spin-off from the movies with Tom Cruise in them. And that dude, I'll tell you, it's a good series. We really like. The third season starts up here at the end of January. The third season of Reacher. But that's on cable. We don't stream. It's probably on Prime Stream or something. We don't do all that carryings on. Oh, there's Pink. All things Pink impossible. Brr. I know, Pink, right? Terry says my husband has asthma. Oh my goodness, Terry. Does he have a rescue inhaler, I hope? I know I heard you say he didn't have his nebulizer yesterday. Yeah, honey, I tell you, these lung things. Well, Miss Mobo's headed in.
Yep. See y'all later.
Why don't you take that brush and see if you can brush
Yeah, I'm going to.
brush along the edges, bottom edges there. Oh, well, that's good that he's got his inhaler. I'll tell you, my inhaler's become my rescue inhaler has become my best friend. I never thought I'd ever say that, but it is so important to me now, because I can't hardly do nothing without it. Yeah, it's it is. Yeah, Pink, it's pretty burr out there. The winds are blowing pretty stout. The snow has really picked up here in the last hour. Miss Mobo, she just cleaned out off the windshield. The snow is piling up again underneath the windshield wipers. So she's gonna clean that out. Let me turn it. See if she can reach it. Oh. She got the brush stuck under the windshield wiper. Bless her heart. Oh, there she got it. She got to it. Terry says, bye, Mom. Bye, Mama Mobo. Terry says he's got a sinus infection. Good thing I brought antibiotics. Yeah, well, Terry, I heard you say that you had caught a cold or something down at the, that you had caught something while you were down there. And that's what happens when you get these family gatherings and stuff. It don't take much. It don't take much to spread it. But yeah, it's a good thing he's got his inhaler. That's been my saving grace. The nebulizer, the albuterol only lasts for 6 hours. That's what the doctor tells me. And so that's why I have to do it 3 times a day. Well, then I'm on a 4-hour inhaler schedule, which falls in between my nebulizer schedule. So this albuterol, it's kind of, wow, I'll tell you what, it is smelling to beat the band, man. But yeah, well, just make sure he drinks plenty of water. Just keep him watered up. Yeah, make sure he stays hydrated on those antibiotics. That's real important. Pink says, "Hey all, prayers for you, Terry. My oldest son has asthma." Yeah, it's about as bad. Oh, there goes the snowplow. No, he's plowing this time. He had his plow down, knocking it off. He's just been spreading sand salt mixture before, but it's snowing pretty heavy now. So they're starting to clear the snow off. Terry says, "Thank you, Pink." Bushka says, "Terry, my heart is in my mouth. Please stay safe." Yeah, Bushka, she's safe. Her and that walleye guy there, they got a pretty level head on their shoulders. I don't think they're going to do anything. Terry says, "Bye, Mama Mobo."
Bye.
And so I think Almighty's leading them to make good decisions. Terry says it's well controlled, Pink. Terry says we are doing the best we can, Boo. Yeah, Boosh, because they're pretty sharp, dude. Terry's a pretty strong gal, and she's got a great guy that takes good care of her, and I think they'll be fine. Bushka says, "Okay, I'll be keeping my eye on y'all." Thanks, Bushka. Appreciate you, brother. Surely do. I truly believe that the power of prayer is real. It's palpable, and so when the Almighty hears prayers, He answers them. He answered them last night that Terry and Walleye Guy were off of the road, that Walleye Guy got the tire changed, and that they were off the road and near resources and safe. So see, that those prayers were answered. They surely were. And so the power of prayer is real. I've always believed that. And so, yes, we all need prayers. We sure do. It's real important. See, the Almighty, He knows then that if somebody's praying over somebody, that they're pretty important, and that He'll watch over them. He'll keep us under His wing, and because we all have a mission, and I think the plan, the Almighty knows. He knows the plan for all of us from day one. So He uses us to complete the missions. So yes, keep praying, brother. Yes, pray. Tell you number one thing, pray for 47. He's sure up against the. They sure got trying to pin his wings back, but I don't think he's not gonna let him. So yeah, we need to just keep praying, and prayers will be answered. I truly believe that, because I'm a believer. I believe, and so that's why I don't really worry about this COPD. I worry about it, well, just simply for Miss Mobo, because I can't do like I used to do. It's just a fact, you know. And but together, we're a whale of a team. I'll tell you, she's something else. I'm a lucky man. Pink sends prayers and hearts. Thanks, Pink. Pink says yes. Yeah, darling. I know you're a believer. I sure do. And I know you got your hands full too. So Bushka says exactly, Mobo. It's all about the bigger picture. Believe. That's right, Bushka. You know, he's the one calling the shots. You know, humans like to think they're in control, but we're really not. You know, and some folks acts like they are a lot more than they are to think. They're not thinking right. So, but the Almighty has a way of bringing people around. You know, he works in mysterious ways. Oh, Pink sending hugs. Yeah, Pink, bless your heart. Thanks. We need that. We're all in this together. You know, folks, believe it or not, we are all in it together. You know, the Almighty, He likes overcomers. You know, it says in the book, he likes overcomers. And as long as you do the best you can every day and overcome, you know, heck, he's right there. He loves overcomers. So yes, sir. The power of prayer is real. You know, I questioned it a lot, my faith. You know, my dad, he was a hard worker. He loved my mom. My mom loved him. He loved us. I was the last one to talk to him. He was on the breaking cusp of the computer age. He was a key punch operator, and the company he worked for was switching over to the big spool computers that you'd see back in the day, Univac, and there's another big company that was in on it, on the cusp of the computers. And he'd work late. You know, they were in the process of transferring all those key punch cards that had all the people's information on it, all the customers' information, and they were putting it on computer tape, on computers. And he worked late, and he was such a hard worker. We went to church every Sunday, and he was a deacon in the church, and you know, when he was killed in the accident, uh, it was, we continued to go to church. Friends over, neighbors over there in the neighborhood. Mama didn't go to church, but they would take me and sis to church. And it was always hard for me as I started to, get get through the trauma of losing him. It was pretty traumatic, Like I say, I was the last one to talk to him. He called. I think Mama was ironing or doing wash or something. And so I answered the car, and he said, son, tell your mom I'm on my way home, because Mom had put his dinner on. And I said, okay, Daddy, I will. And I said, I love you. And he said, I love you too, son. And got late and later, and Mama, she was kind of concerned. I could tell she was kind of concerned. And then the police showed up at the door. And Mama got real late. She was outside on the step, and she was real upset. So she called up my aunt and uncle, lived pretty close over there, her sister. And they came over and took us to the hospital. And Daddy never regained consciousness, so he didn't suffer. That's always a blessing. When I look back on it, it was a blessing. But I questioned the Almighty on a regular basis, and I think I did about everything I could to upset His good works to keep me safe. As a young man, I was a pretty wild thing. And that young lady that was sitting here in the truck, I believe He sent her to save me. I really do. Because if it wasn't for Miss Mobo, it's hard to say where I would have ended up at. Sure is. And that's a true story. But I questioned Him. I felt forsaken, and I suffered an abdominal injury at work, wrestling a big roll of conveyor belt, and I got addicted to painkillers, and a good friend of mine at the time, the doctor, I was asking for more and more. Your body develops a tolerance to those painkillers, and you need more and more and more. Well, it just poisons you. My mind was poisoned. That was like it became my mission to get that prescription. And when it started to fade and work, I did a lot of bending, and I was a warehouseman, and so I was loading skids of bearings, big bearings, and heavy, gear motors and electric motors, and lots of shrink wrapping, and I was just in pain. I can't even explain how painful that it was to do that, to bend like that, and my abdomen being damaged like that. So the doctor refused to refill my prescription one day. He said, well, you're doing more of this stuff than a cancer patient is. And I said, well, Doc, I can't help that. I said, it's not working like it did. He didn't tell me, well, you know, your body's developing a, you know, a tolerance to it. So you got to take more and more. Well, I'll tell you what, I was upset. I was about out of my mind. And because I was so poisoned from it. And my buddy one day said he had kind of had a meeting with the Almighty and kind of changed his outlook, and he said, well, you know, there's no man that's going to cure you. Well, I'll tell you what, that one little statement changed my life. And I turned it over to the Almighty, because there was days that when I was you know, in so much pain, and I was coming, you know, off of this painkiller, oxycodone. I just turned it over to him. I said, God, I just can't do it by myself. I need help. You know, I need some help. And I tell you what, my life was forever changed from that day on. And I got better, and I got better. I still had the pain, but my mind was right. You know, I was detoxing off of that, and my mind was becoming clearer and clearer. And so I'll tell you, the Almighty is he you know, even through all of my efforts to make it happen otherwise, he always kept me safe, because I think I got something else to do. He keeps us around because he's got something for us to do. We don't know what it is, and we can't question it. We just know that he has the plan. And all he asks us to do, just two things he asks us to do, and that's believe and love one another. So that's what I try to do. You know, I think that's a pretty good message. You know, if lots of folks would just do those two things, this world would be a different place. I truly believe that. So I don't know if maybe me sitting here yammering on the YouTube about this kind of carries on, and maybe that's my mission. Maybe, you know, Terry said a really pertinent thing that really touched me, that YouTube saved her life. You know, the community here, it's I'll tell you, it's something else. It really is. folks come to grip with just them two little things, I'm telling you, it'd be a different world. All we can do is keep trying, you know, keep praying. The power of prayer is real. Pray for the world. Wow. I'm sorry, folks, about that. I get a little carried away there. Pretty powerful things happen along my path. You know, the book says that the wide and easy path is the path to damnation. The crooked, narrow path is the path to salvation. So we all walk a pretty narrow, crooked path, and we have lots of help along the way. And I believe that this medium here might be, you know, one of those helpers that helps us along the path and lets us know that there are other people that has trials and tribulations. Oh, there goes MoDOT. Oh, he's throwing a big old stream of snow. Wow, that was pretty cool. Let me check my stream, make sure. I think I might need to plug in. I think I need to plug in my charger. I think I'm getting ready to run out of battery here. I'm going to move us here for a second. Oh yeah, I looked just in time. I'm down to 4%. There we go. There we go. All right. Oh, so anyway, let me spread this apart a little bit. I do believe that the Almighty has stuff for us to do, and that we just need to heed that and do what he puts in our heart. It's in your heart for a reason, and that's because the Almighty's put it there. So yeah, there we go. Here we go. Let me turn this just a little bit. You can see that. Oh, that's pretty good still. All right. So anyways, yeah. Let me look at the chat. Let the chat get away from me here. Bushka says, beautiful story. Well, thanks, Bushka. We all got one. We all got, and it's. I thank y'all for listening and for your positivity. Pink says, all things Pink Impossible says, Jesus' disciples ask him questions all the time. I think it's okay to ask God questions, all as long as we do it respectfully. That's right. That's right, Pink. That's a true statement. That's what it. Love and respect. That's all. That's what it's all about. Love and respect. Bushka says, there's positive in everything. You just have to look for it. Yeah, that's right, Bushka. Yeah, if folks wants it handed to them, it don't always work that way. It's a lot of work. Living is a lot of work. Doing the right thing it's a lot of work. It's easy to do the wrong thing, folks. They do it every day. They just, think about what they're doing before they do it. It would, a lot of this craziness and silliness wouldn't be happening. It sure would. Bushka says, yes, Pink. Every question you have will be answered. That's right, Bushka. That's 100% correct. That's why we believe. Because the word tells us that all your questions will be answered. He promises us that. Yeah, that's true. Bushka says, yes, but we can't love unless we forgive. Well, and I know that, Bushka. I got some forgiveness issues too. It kind of bothers me that but that forgiveness thing's a two-way street too. I know that it says turn the other cheek, but it's kind of hard sometimes to do the turning that other cheek. When you do and do for somebody, and I didn't expect to be done, but I sure didn't expect to be, disrespected the way the way it happened. I wished it would be different, but it's not. And I accept that. That's why some folks want to live that way. But yeah, it's tough to forgive. I know, and I'm the first one. I'm the first one to admit to that weakness. Bushka says, no, Mobo, this is perfect. Keep talking. Oh, well, Bushka, I'll tell you, brother. That's why I say I'm like Terry. I think this YouTube thing, even though it is kind of, I wish YouTube would be more supportive instead of ruling with their iron fist. You sometimes you don't know what you say, or it's just things you can't talk about, but I met up with another one of my drivers. I really think a lot about. He's on the road right now in Iowa. He's headed for Aurora, Colorado. If you get a chance, go in there and ride along with him. His name Bobby, and he's a driver of the Ride Along gang. We love Bobby. Got a pretty big following. He's on the road every day. He's a professional truck driver. He goes from one end of the country to the other. It's incredible. He's a great driver. A wonderful man. And first time I met up with him, he was making a drop. I was trying to catch him I got an overpass that I wave flags on every now and then. Over here on the big road, over I-70, it's no access bridge, overpassing it, so it's real safe. It's on a county road over there, not very much traffic. So I like to go over there every once in a while and if I can catch him at the right time. The stars have to align because these guys are on the move, man. The good driver is on the move all the time. He's a great driver. Anyway, we barely missed him. So I told Miss Mobo, I said, we're going to go catch him. So, man, we got on the big road. Bobby don't let no moss grow under his tires. And we almost caught him. We did catch him, but I mean, we almost caught him out on the road. I knew where he was going because I had delivered over in this industrial area that he delivered in. And he says one of the things on his channel is no politics, no religion, and no spamming, no disrespect. It's a family channel. I'm sure there's lots of kids that watch him. He streams every day from the road. A great guy. I mean, he's an awesome driver. Anyway, we caught him. We caught him over there at his stop, and his delivery wasn't until the next morning. So he was going to be sitting there. He was going to overnight out there next to the receiver. And so we pulled up, and man, he's just the most accommodating guy, and it was the most wonderful meetup. And I asked him, I said, well, can I wave my flag for you, Bobby? Well, Bobby says, well, sure. So I got my flag out, and I stand out there in front of his truck, and I had a little discussion. with the chat. And I was talking in generalizations. I didn't violate the policies. And Bobby allowed me to. He was standing right there. He allowed me to have this conversation with the chat. Well, one of the chatters said, well, he talks in generalizations. Well, you have to, because if you don't, you say the wrong thing, YouTube will end your stream. If you violate those rules, YouTube they'll pull your plug. And so someone in the chat said, he may speak in generalizations, but he's telling the truth. And one of the things, and I've always said this on many streams, there's three things that we have that they can't take away from us. They've been trying. And the number one thing is our money. Don't give your money to companies that hate you. Spend your money wisely. They're sure trying to take our money away from us, for sure. I think we got a feller in there. He's gonna straighten a lot of this out, for sure. I'm looking forward to it. It's getting better. The days are getting better. 2025 is gonna be something we haven't seen in 4 years. I'll guarantee it. And that we've longed for 4 years. We sure have. And okay, so number two is your voice. You have your voice. Be a force multiplier. A force multiplier is somebody that, or something that conveys an idea to varying degrees. An old biker told me that. That's another story. Old Mobo's full of old stories. So anyway, the third thing is your vote. Now, they tried to take that away. I never voted. I never voted until 2020. I just felt like it was a futile exercise, because it felt like to me that the person that they wanted in there is the one that they put in there. Until 45 rolled out, and he came down that escalator, him and his beautiful wife, and I was like to announce his candidacy, and the first thing out of my mouth was, "Sir, I think you better go back up that escalator and go on back over to the TV studio, because I don't think these people are going to let you be president." That was in 2016. Well, we woke up on November 6th. And who was president? Yep. I wished I'd have been there for him in 2016. I sure didn't think that was going to happen. But that woman conceded, because she has stuff in her closet that she didn't want being drug out. She wanted to leave all that stuff in her closet. And still to this day, she hasn't been held responsible for several things that she did as Secretary of State. And I'm not going to go into all of that. That's all. We all know what it is. It's all water under the bridge. So, 2020 rolled along. Of course, we all know what happened in 2020. But I put my mask on, and I went, me and Miss Mobo went, and we voted. because our president asked us to, and he told us exactly what was going to happen. And he was right. We know what happened. And I ain't going to go on about that either. Because we know the inconsistencies, and that's what we'll call it, inconsistencies. And they're still out there. The videos are out there. If anybody wants to see them, all they got to do is go look. They can't delete them. Too many people have seen them. Votes under tables, pizza boxes on windows, count observers locked out, fake 6 states stop vote count, and then in the middle of the night, huge numbers were injected into the system when the counting was supposed to have been stopped. Now, that's pretty inconsistent. So anyway, you know how we've suffered the last 4 years about this. And so, this year, the American people spoke. And there was no way they could get away with what they got away with in 2020. And so there's better days ahead. 2025 is going to be an incredible year. And the next 4 years, now we'll have midterms in 26. But I think 47 is going to take care of a lot of this silliness around the world. The world's going to be a lot more peaceful place than it has been the past 4 years under the regime. And so anyway, I talk in generalizations because if you don't, you know what happens. Your stream gets deleted, and I don't want that to happen. There's not a thing I'm saying is a lie, and they can fact check me if they want. That's one thing I always say. I might piss you off, I might make you cry, but I will never lie to you, ever. I will never ever lie. It's just not in my deal. I just don't. I just don't, and I won't. All Things Pink says, no worries. Oh, bless your heart. Well, sometimes I wonder, I kind of go on and on. That's what there's lots of folks goes on and on this YouTube. So I just kind of, I don't know that it, like I say, there's nothing I'm talking about, it's a lie. I wouldn't do that, wouldn't lie to you. It's just not my deal to lie. I don't do it. So anyway, Bobby, he's a great driver, and we all need to keep our truck drivers in our prayers. Give them a break on the road. They're in an 80,000 pound vehicle. It don't stop on a dime, people. You can't pull over, you can't cut them off in traffic, because an 80,000 pound vehicle and a four-wheeler, there's no way the four-wheeler's going to win. And you're going to put that driver in a position it's going to affect him the rest of his life. He wasn't doing anything wrong, but yet he was put in a position to where, the Almighty bless the whole thing and nobody gets hurt. But there's going to be a lot of vehicle damage, number one. And number two, that's going to stick with him the rest of his life. That how this happened, and he'll question could I have done anything different? And we can't have them guys distracted thinking about stuff like that while they're driving down the road. It's just, you know, that's why we do this Trucker's Holiday with Trucker G. We've been so fortunate to be included in this event. Trucker G, he's a retired driver, driven over 30 years over the road. Miss G, once the children were out of the house, Miss G went out on the road with him. She said that she would never let him be back out there by himself again after the children were raised. And so she went out on the road with him and the pups. The pups went with him. And, you know, he may be retired, but he's still heavily involved in the trucking industry. He's a fleet manager for a major trucking company, one of the good ones. There's some pretty bad trucking companies out there, don't do their drivers very well, but G knows the deal. If I was a driver, I'd sure want him to be my manager. He's a great guy. And Miss G, she writes service for one of the truck stops that we go to on Christmas Eve. And so she's dealing with drivers that have broke down out on the road, or bringing their trucks in to get serviced while they're at the truck stop. I tell you, and I tell him all the time, and G, he's like, I'm just a man, mobo. I'm one man. But I tell him, I say, gee, I believe that the Almighty puts certain human beings here on earth to benefit all human beings. And I said, sir, Trucker G, you and Miss G are two of those human beings. He's like, oh, mobo, you had me right up till then. He's a great guy, I tell you. So I'm very fortunate to know a lot of really great, dedicated truck drivers. I told you some of them earlier. And it was a pleasure and an honor to meet a lot of them in 2022 during the People's Convoy, TPC. Kind of a shame that it ended the way it did. There was a lot of greed and carryings on. And a lot of those drivers, G always said, when they made it to California, they went to DC, then they took a whole convoy back across to Los Angeles, because there was a lot of political silliness going on in California. And so when there was a great big rally. I mean, it was huge. A lot of really great patriotic Americans were there and spoke at the rally. And so when they were done there, G told them, "Now I'll get you back across." They headed back to DC. I'll get you back across here. But when we get back there, I've got to get back to work. Well, a lot of people got kind of upset, He done exactly what he said he was going to do. He got them all back across the United States. They went back the northern route. They went through Idaho and Montana, Wyoming, maybe Ohio. They went through a lot of the northern states. The first time out, they went the southern route. No, the first time out they went the center route, kind of, when they went to DC when it started. Then when they went to LA, they went the southern route. So a lot of the folks in Texas and New Mexico and everything could, participate. And because it was a pretty big convoy, it wasn't as large as the original, because a lot of folks stayed in DC, and there was a lot of stuff happening in DC too, while they were off going to California, or back to California. And a lot of great patriots stayed in DC and made our voices heard, and absorbed a lot of punishment from a lot of really evil people. And it's all searchable on YouTube. It's all happened in 2022. And so when G and Miss G left the convoy there in DC, they would do this event, the Truckers Holidays, by themselves. Now, it's a lot of work, people. I'm here to tell you, especially the Thanksgiving dinner. G smokes turkeys, and Miss G, she done all the mashed taters and all that, and they did it all by themselves. And well, their children helped them, but they never did desserts, because you can only do so much. So I don't know if it came out on YouTube or if it was something on Facebook. And the conversation came up about dessert. So Ms. Mobo said, well, I can bake some pies, bring them. So that's how we got involved. Ms. Mobo started making pies for the dessert, for the truckers, the Thanksgiving dinner, serving the truckers Thanksgiving dinner. And that's how we got involved with that, because we love our truckers. They mean so much. People think they're just up there driving down the road. Not true. Not true at all. It's a lot of work. These guys work really hard. It's very dangerous occupation. Because if we bought it, they brought it. Remember that. When you're thinking about, I wish this slow truck could get out of the way, or, something like that, just take a breath and give them a break. Let them get over. Drop back, give them a little room, let them get over. That's what they want to do. They don't want to hang out there holding things up. They know what the deal is. These new trucks aren't like the old trucks, where they could turn them up, turn their diesel pumps up and make them go faster. These trucks are all controlled by computers, and you can't do like you used to do. You can't turn them up. In fact, the speed is all controlled at the company. It's the company that controls the speed, not the driver. Bobby's trucks governed it at 69 miles an hour. So he couldn't bump her up to 72 if he wanted to get out of the way. So these new trucks are a lot different from the old trucks. You don't have any control over that speed and that kind of stuff on the trucks these days. So I talk in a lot of generalities, because I don't want to upset YouTube, and you know, I try not to talk about religion. We talked about it a little earlier, because we all got a right to believe what we want to believe. But that being said, if somebody believes different from you, then you have to agree to disagree. And that's what we've lost. We've lost this in these past 4 years, the ability to agree to disagree. It's either my way or the highway for a lot of people. So we got to get over that. And I think once 47 gets in there and we start getting things back on track, there's going to be a lot of upset people. You know, there's a lot of government employees that are going to have to find a new job, because I'm going to tell you what, when the government is the largest employer in the United States, that's a problem. That's a problem, and it needs to stop. And these people need to get back to the office and get back to work. Now, I know that's probably going to upset a lot of people too, but seriously, the party is over. It's time to roll your sleeves back up and get back to doing what's right. And that's serving the American people. So, you know, change is inevitable, and we just gotta get a grip on that, and because it's going to be some big changes here in a couple of weeks. It's going to be quite an incredible transition. And it needed to not happen. And these last 4 years have just been wasted. Our country's in a ditch, and the man driving the tow truck is getting ready to come and pull us out of that ditch. But there's going to be a lot of hurt feelings that's going to come along with it. That's going to be part of it. And but this man loves his country. He didn't have to do this. They've tried to bankrupt him, and they're still out there trying to. You got the deal going on out there right now. So, and the exiting regime is trying to tie his hands behind his back, but it's not going to work, because our country can't stand it. We've got to get back on the get the train back on the track. But, oh, well, forgive me. I hope I didn't digress. Bushka's last comment was, it can be most difficult thing to do is forgive. But once you master it, you've got freedom. Yeah, Bushka, I agree with that statement. You know, I know it kind of wears on you. It wears on a person when there's things that have happened that make it kind of difficult to adhere to that forgiveness. I wished I was better at it, but I'm not. Let's clean the windshield off here, see if it'll. Oh man. It's frozen on there. Here we go. Yeah, it's all filled up in the windshield wiper things. Valleys up there. I'm gonna have to get out there and stand them up again. But it's still snowing to beat the band out here. But yeah, again, I don't know, you know, maybe some of my subs will listen to this, some of this stream. Like I said, I need to go in and do some editing because all my streams just say mobo live and a time, and I need to put a little description, some descriptions on it, because well, I need to do some editing. So, well, look at that flag flying in. That wind has really picked up. I think that may have been 40 mile an hour there. The truck is kind of rocking too. Periodically, a truck go by them. These farmers, and they got the trucks and the tires to. Oh, got a little bit of buffer in here. There we go. You see him go by. You know, they're set up because they've got to get out and check the herds and stuff. You see that old boy there? He had a shovel on the back and everything. And his flatbed, because these guys haul fifth wheel trailers. And but they're very limited traffic today. I just wonder, I hope Bobby's doing all right up there in Iowa. Oh, why is it so difficult to forgive, Bushka? Well, you know, when you do, and I never asked for nothing in return. I didn't expect nothing. But when something happens, and well, I guess I can just go ahead and tell you. I'll just go ahead and tell you. You know, I don't know if my mom ever listens to any of this stuff. But you know, I love my mom dearly. She raised me and my sister, single parent, you know, traumatic loss of her husband. Me and my sister never wanted for anything. Sis never dealt with Daddy's death very well. And Mama said she didn't believe it was just Daddy's death, that Sissy had issues. So anyway, Sis divorced her husband. It wasn't none of her fault. He done her wrong. She raised his children. And anyway, Sis moved back out here. They had them kids. They moved out to the East Coast way back before they had any children. Well, so the whole divorce thing happened. The kids were grown and all. This happened after the kids were out of the house. And Sis came out here and said, oh, well, you know, this is just temporary. Well, I knew it probably wasn't, but that's beside the point. I love her. And I done everything. I took her to her doctor's appointments. You know, I did a lot of stuff for Sis. Never asked for nothing, just that she be happy. Well, she brought these two cats with her, and mom never was an animal person, and she's moving into mom's house. This wasn't my sister's house. This is my mom's house. Well, mom and sis is full now. She's full grown adult now. She's a grown woman. But so she brings these two cats with her. Well, mom fell in love with them, of course. They were sweet cats. One of them was kind of ornery, kind of mean to the other one. The other one was kind of old, and she had some medical issues and stuff. Well, that wasn't good enough for sis. Sis decided she wanted to have a dog. Well, just out of the blue, she brought a dog home. I don't know if it was a rescue dog or exactly where the pup came from. But she had some issues. She'd been abused and stuff. She was kind of ornery, but she was a good pup. We loved her. Well, mom is getting up kind of old. Mom, she's I think 87 years old now. She's in a good place, in a good retirement facility, and she has her own apartment, and she's doing good. Miss Mobo she's an angel. She keeps up with mom. Mom's the only parent either one of us got left. Miss Mobo's parents are gone, and of course my dad's been gone, but so Miss Mobo, she keeps up with mom pretty good. So anyway, mom was thinking about selling the house. She'd been talking about it, moving for quite a while. And I was trying to, I was doing the maintenance on the house, keeping the gutters cleaned out, mowing the grass, all that. Because I wasn't working, I was retired. Miss Mobo let me retire. And so I was up there every couple of days. And so finally, sis, after mom talked about she's going to move, sis decides she's going to go back to the East Coast. Her daughter lives out there. Had this little boy. So sis decides she's going to go back out to the East Coast. And by the way, that ain't working out real well. Bless her heart. So, anyways, now mom's here at the house by herself again. And mom's got some knee issues, and she's got to go downstairs, to do laundry and stuff. And I accepted that. I told her, so all you can do is just be careful. Don't try to catch the laundry. If you start to fall, grab the hand railing and let the laundry go. So when sis moved, she took this chair. It was in the living room. And of course it left a corner empty. Well, first mom thought that'd be all right. She could deal with that. And mom kind of like me, she got a little OCD thing going on. I'm just like my mom, by the way. And so she said something about, well, I got your grandma's chair down there in the basement, and if I decide, she said I might want to bring it up and put it in that corner. And I said, Ma, if you decide you want that brought up, let me know, and I'll bring it up for you. I'm up there every couple of days. Okay, that'd be fine. So couple days went by. Of course, I was up there. There was a shop out back. Mom had divorced also. She had remarried, and so this feller, he wanted to travel. Mom, she's an old homebody. She didn't want to travel, so it split them up. So Mom's there by herself. So I go over, a couple days, and I go in there, living room, and there's that chair sitting in the corner. And I didn't say nothing. I just kind of let it, And so Mom says, I was working on the computer. She had a computer, and I do genealogy on my family, because my father, I didn't have anybody to ask about the family and stuff. So I did a lot of genealogy, on the family by myself. And so Mom says, well, did you see I brought that chair up? How's that chair look over in that corner? I said, well, Mom, I'm going to tell you what. I told you not to do that. That if you needed something brought up out of the basement like that, just let me know. I'll bring it up. I said, listen, you're here by yourself. I'm 40 miles away. I'm up here every couple of days. I'm not up here every day. I said, if you fall down them steps doing something that you shouldn't ought to be doing, what are you going to do? And so she turns her head and looks at me and says, well, if you come over and I'm laying at the bottom of the steps and I'm dead, leave and come back in a couple of days. Well, Bushka, I'm going to tell you what, brother. I didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve that by a long shot. And so she had been looking at this retirement village, and I told her, I said, Mom, you need to move yesterday. You need to check in to this facility, and you need to move, because I'm not gonna have that on my conscience. And I said, it really upsets me that you would say that and leave me in that position. Well, she checked into it, and we wasn't going, and I was still wrestling this abdominal injury. I was in a lot of pain, but I was doing pretty good. I had gotten off of the pain meds, and I'm doing pretty good. I'm still wrestling it, but the Almighty's given me the strength. I tell you, Bushka, it was incredible how he took me the strength, because this old human being, this old fat hillbilly didn't do that by himself. That strength came, that was divine intervention right there, brother. So anyway, she looked into it, and I had started moving stuff out of the shop, because I had my stuff. I kind of did odd jobs on the side. I was a maintenance man, so I did odd jobs and stuff as they come along. I wasn't actively searching them out, but I knew a lot of people, and a lot of folks. I'd done painting and all of that, and lots of folks, they liked my work. I'd done good work, and so I had started moving stuff out. Well, we wasn't gonna. She found a place, wasn't gonna move until April, until spring. So one day I went over. Things kind of settled down after the whole. If you find me at the bottom of the steps, come back in a couple of days. Well, all of a sudden, we're moving in February, in the middle of winter. And I said, well, what happened to April? Well, I changed my mind. Well, I said, well, fine. I said, I'll get her done. I'll get my stuff out of there, not a problem. You get do the paper sign and whatever you need to do. But you need to get out of here. And you need to get out of here as soon as you can. Well, my sister moved. She left them 2 cats. And she said, will you take the cats, I said, well, sissy, I'll take the cats. I would have said, I'd told her anything just to get her out of there. She was just like an anchor. It was just, I think I'd about told her about anything to get her out of Mom's house. Well, after the whole bottom of the stairs thing and all of that carries on, and I told Mom, I said, I don't think I'm going to take them cats. I said, just take them over to the shelter, over to one of the shelters. We had several shelters there in the area. I said, just go ahead and take them over to the shelter. They'll find them good homes. Well, Mom said she took them over there, and they wouldn't take them because one, Callie had some medical issues, and Apple, she was a good cat. There wasn't no reason they wouldn't take her. Well, I don't think Mom took them over there, actually, if you want to know the truth. She took them up to the vet and had them euthanized and cremated. And so, of course, you know what happened with Sis. She should have took cats in the first place. They were her cats. It wasn't Mom's responsibility to take her cats, and it wasn't my responsibility either. It was my sister's responsibility, and that was what the whole thing was, that my sister was never held responsible for her actions. She never stepped up and took responsibility for anything. And so it was like we owed her something. I didn't owe her nothing. I had just as much problems with my father's death as she did. I got beat up every day. I was a little fat 4-eyed kid. I got beat up in school every day. Well, I'm going to tell you what, I gave it out just like I got it. And some of them guys that bullied me were my best friends through high school. And that's what my sister needed to do. She needed to step up. And that's again, I think that was the Almighty give me the strength to do that. And so anyway, Mom got moved. I think I've seen my mom twice in about the last 7 years. Been 7 years since I've seen my mom. Do you think that she could apologize for saying that to me and putting me in that position? Nope. Nope. Never, not one word. Son, I'm sorry that I said that to you. I apologize, and I'll never say anything like that to you again. Do you think she ever did that? Nope. Never did, brother. And it's been, it's hard for me to forgive her, Bushka. I know that's, I've had a good friend say, well, when she's gone, will you have any regrets? I said, no, I will not. I love my mom dearly. She's got everything all set up. They'll take care of her if she gets sick. My dad left us in pretty good shape. Mom was a great financial person. She took care of her money. She's got, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll get a pretty good chunk, both of me and my sister. Mom's got it all set up, and I love her dearly for that. That she's saved me from that. But I've never been able to forgive her, Bushka. And I know that that sounds pretty bad, but I didn't deserve that from her. My mother, especially. Very difficult, still difficult to this day to talk about it. Uh, but no, that's the story, Bushka. You know, I know forgiveness is the Almighty wants us to do it. I know He does, but I just can't do it, and I'll just have to answer to it when I sit in front of Jesus, and He says, well, He ain't gonna say mobo, but He's gonna say, what was you thinking on this day? And we'll have a discussion about it. You know, He has all our books. Every one of us has a book in Jesus's library, and we're gonna have a discussion about it. You know, I feel assured of that. But does it bother me? Yes, Bushka, it does bother me. It surely does. Oh, there's Wyoming girl. Hey, Wyoming girl. How you doing, darling? Thanks for coming in on a snowy winter day. I'd wiped the windshield off, but it's all frozen on there. I need to get out and scrape the windshield again. Ms. Mobo did it when she went in. She went in. She's got chicken soup cooking on the stove. We're having nice chicken soup for dinner. Great day for chicken soup. Wyoming girl says, oh, she says hugs. Well, give me a second here, y'all. But, you know, thanks for listening to that, Bushka. You know, I don't talk about that very much. It's pretty painful. Pretty painful subject. Wyoming girl says, my mom left me when I was 3.5 months old. I get it. Yeah, Wyoming, you know, it's about that forgiveness thing. I would imagine that's really, you have lots of questions about why, and, you know, and how come, and you was just a baby. You didn't deserve that. Well, heck, I was a grown man. You know, I didn't deserve it either. So, but yeah, it's kind of a hard knock. It sure is. Bushka says we all on different levels of progression in the world. It is not our business what other people do or say about us. It's time to forgive her. Bushka, I know your words, they carry a lot of truth. I don't know. I don't know if I got it in me, brother. I really don't. I know I should, but I just don't know. I just don't. Wyoming girl says, I need to move closer so Mobo can feed me. Well, Wyoming girl, you come on down here. Mrs. Mobo be the one feeding both of us. I'll tell you what, that girl, well, she got a big family. She got a big family, or had a big family. She's losing. We just lost another one of her brothers here last week. It's like I say, about this COPD and the smoking. Us humans were our own worst enemy. Well, the same was true with Diane's brother. He was a drug addict for many, many, many years. He smoked like a chimney. He was terribly overweight. He has started to lose control of his bladder and his bowel movements. And he was wanting to come down here, and we don't have the facilities. We don't have we don't live in a normal house. Let's put it that way. Every day's kind of a camping trip here in Mobo land. Oh, I told somebody I'd go in and watch their premiere. It's probably over now, and they're probably in bed. They live in Switzerland. I'll watch it. I'll watch the replay. He just started a new channel, YouTube. That's why I say YouTube. You'd think they'd be more supportive and not so, destructive on people. And Optimob done everything right, and YouTube still, they still took his channel away from him for no reason. They didn't give him any reason. They just took it away. I think it was the music. He had bought the license and all that stuff for his music on his videos, but I don't know, something happened. I don't know exactly what it was, but they sure took his channel away. He moved over to Rumble, but now he's come back. He had such a great community here on YouTube. I had a lot of great people that come into my chat. We were all subs of Optimob, and he's one of the reasons that I do this blue jacket thing, this wrench thing, because he done it for all of us, for our little channels to grow, and my channel grew because of him. So anyway, he started a new channel, Optimob Family. If you get a chance, go sub to him and hit that bell. Him and his wife and their dog Bax, Timo and Sabine and Bax. They're some of the most wonderful human beings. We know a lot of wonderful people. I have a lot of them right here. I'm looking at them right now. Bushka says, I understand it's painful. Yeah, Bushka, it's pretty painful, brother. I'm this old fat hillbilly's having a lot of trouble dealing with it still. This happened a lot of years ago, and I'm still having trouble dealing with it. So I don't know if maybe we'll deal with it in the hereafter. Maybe that's where it'll get resolved. Maybe Jesus will tell her, listen, you shouldn't have done your son this way. Why did you do your son this way? Maybe. So I don't know, Bushka. It's pretty painful. You're right. So, but anyway, that just, I want to, but I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I have it in me. When your mom tells you if she's laying at the bottom of the steps and she ain't dead, come back in a couple of days. I mean, How do you? I don't know how you deal with that. I just don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe tomorrow's a new day, Bushka. Maybe this talk, maybe will help me. I don't know, brother. It's pretty difficult, though. You're right. Wyoming girl says, you are a good person. Just remember that. She will also have to answer. Oh my goodness. Whew. Yeah, that's why I say, Ryan, girl, maybe that this won't get resolved until the hereafter. Maybe Jesus will set us both down at the table. you know. Oh man, I tell you. Well, the girl says, live your life as you are. Well, Wyoming, we always, that's what we do. I always say, that, back in the day, there was hundreds of rules and laws, and the people worshiped pagan idols, and the Almighty sent Moses to the mountain, trimmed it all down to 10 things. Well, humans still couldn't do it. Couldn't abide by them 10 little things. Just common sense things. They weren't anything that extraordinary. They were just 10 common sense things. So anyway, Almighty seen it, and so he whittled it down to 2. And those 2 things are believe and love one another. And that's what we try to do. I believe he's going to straighten it all. He's the one that knows the story. He's the one that knows the end of the story. And I'm not going to question it. I know he's kept me here for some reason this long, and I'm just going to do that, try to do them 2 things, and maybe this whole deal will get resolved. Like I say, every day's a new day. We don't know what tomorrow brings. We're hopeful. And I know, I had a cousin. She's passed away too. Now, I never met her. I helped her find her daughter. She became pregnant in high school, and my aunt and uncle, her parents, made her give the baby up for adoption. Well, through the whole DNA deal, my cousin, we were supposed to have some Native American in us. I could never find it. And I did a lot of research on our family. We're just as Irish and Scottish as we can be. And there's not a lick of Native American blood in us. Well, anyway, JD, he couldn't do it. He had to go spit in a tube. And luckily, my aunt spit in a tube also, my dad's sister. And I have never done it. Of course, I don't have to now, because them questions is all answered. But this girl, this adopted baby, the baby that my cousin had to give up, she had spit in the tube. And I'll be go to heck, she contacted JD. And so JD called me and said, hey, this woman has called me, and her DNA number was huge. There was no denying that she was related to us. And so I said, sure, I'll talk to her. So she called, and just one most wonderful person. We had many conversations over a couple of years, and after I connected her to her mother, my cousin, it was quite a process. So there it is right there. This, my cousin, and I've never met her face to face. Like I say, she's passed on now. She had a lot of medical problems and stuff. But I talked to her. It's just like I'd known her all my life. It's wonderful person, her and her daughter. And they met up. They had a reunion. I have video of it. It's the most incredible. It's the most incredible thing in the world to see them meet for the first time. It was incredible. So anyway, my cousin, she liked to quote Eleanor Roosevelt. One of her favorite quotes was by Eleanor Roosevelt. And Eleanor said, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is the present. That's why it's called a gift. Well, there you go. And I know yesterday is history, but it's hard to let it go, because it is part of you, but that's a very, very true statement. Oh man. Bushka says, hey Mobo, my mother told me when she dies, I'm dead. That was 11 years ago. She died, and I'm still alive. I have no idea why she said that to me, and I'll never have the answer. Well, Bushka, I do believe that you will have the answer, and it's because the Almighty tells us so. So that's what I live by, but I didn't say that to me, and I don't think I deserved it, and I still don't to this day. But my mom can't bring herself to, she always had a problem with that too. But I'll tell you, she's a great mom. I love her dearly, and it pained me to my core that she would say something like that to me, and so but Bushka says that's nice. Today is a gift. That's right, Bushka. Yeah, we he gives us today. He doesn't promise us anything else other than all our questions will be answered. He tells us that. So, I got some questions too. Is why would you take a 12-year-old boy's father away from him right in the prime of life? A hard-working family man, church-going, and then he's just gone in a flash. So I'm looking for an answer for that one too myself. So And I know it's probably not right to question it, but we do. We're humans, and the Almighty knows that. But He looks and He sees how I've overcome, how you've overcome, how Wyoming girl has overcome. He looks at that and he sees that. He loves overcomers. And so that's what that's what gets me through every day is the power that that he puts, that he gives us all. He gives us all so much strength to deal with our insecurities and our our questions, and he gives us the strength, just like the smoking. Diane's other brother, he died of lung cancer. Now, he smoked. We both smoked. But we worked in some hazardous work environments. He worked around a lot of asbestos. But we can't blame asbestos for his lung cancer. We don't really know what brings us all to our demise. Like I say, lots of us are our own worst enemies. But he was in a lot of pain. They put a shunt in his lung, and I believe it accelerated the cancer. Well, then they found it in his brain, and they wanted to irradiate him, and it burned him up. It burned his innards up. He developed diverticulitis. He couldn't eat, he couldn't drink, and he withered away to nothing. The last time I saw him, he left a big hunk of hair in my driveway because his hair was all falling out because of the radiation. That was the last time I saw him. He started to really deteriorate. Ms. Mobo was the only one that could go up there, and that's because she was his sister, and he wasn't going to tell her she couldn't come up and see him. She wasn't going to put up with that, And so I was up in the city one day, and he was in a lot of pain. And I asked him, I said, well, I'm up here. Can I come over and see you? And he said, no. He said, I don't want you to see me like this. I said, well, it doesn't matter, He said, it kind of matters. It matters to me. And I said, okay. I said, well, I just want you to know that you're in my thoughts, my heart, and my prayers every day. And I'll see you in the woods, because he was one of my best hunting partners. We stopped a lot of bushes. He was the best turkey hunter in the world, man. He could call those toms in from miles away. He was just a great guy. Everybody loved him. But he was in so much pain there towards the end, and so I told him, I said, okay. Well, I'll see you in the woods, all right? And he said, okay, I'll see you in the woods. Every time I go up in the timber here at home, I can always see him, He's always there with me. But anyway, oh goodness, what a day. I prayed to the Almighty. I said, please take his pain away. He's in so much pain. Please help him with his pain. And give me the strength to stop smoking. Well, 2 days later, he was gone. And after that prayer, I never picked up another cigarette. That was 4 years ago. Now that was divine intervention right there. Never picked up another cigarette after that. That's that pure and simple almighty strength. That's what he does for us humans right there. So anyway, the same thing happened with David here first of the week, last week. Well, I think he passed on New Year's Day, as a matter of fact. I'm not real sure. Miss Mobo was one of the last ones to hear about it, because we were the ones that always, a lot of the family were just, because David, he was a piece of work. He really was. And like I say, he wanted to come down here so bad. He'd been missing me, but he'd lost control of his bodily functions, and then we just don't have the facilities for him to clean himself up. And I'm nebulizing 3 times a day, and I don't have the strength. Heck, he weighed over 300 pounds. I think he may have weighed closer to 4. I don't know. He's a pretty good sized guy. And heck, if he'd have fallen down, he wouldn't use a walker, and there'd have been no way for us to pick him up. We would have had to call an ambulance. So I told him no. I said, David, we can't have you down here. I'm sorry. We told Diane's cousin that, have him over to the house and we'll come up and see him. But I said you can't bring him down here, because we just can't. If something's to happen to him down here and he won't take care of himself. You don't come to somebody's house having that kind of a problem and not protect yourself. So he passed in his sleep. He smoked like a chimney. He like say, severely obese, and had some heart issues, and he was addicted to drugs for many, many, many years. So I'm sure his innards were probably destroyed. But he coughed and coughed and coughed, but he's still smoking. And so he passed in his sleep. It was a blessing. So yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the plan is, but we just live today the best we can. Believe in the Word and in the Almighty and His Son, and we try to love one another, and that's what YouTube does for us. Gives us a chance to love people all over the world. I mean, here's Bushka. You're from Ireland, and Wyoming girl. She lives up north, way up north, and here's people in here from Ohio and Colorado, and we're all right here with each other. I mean, how cool is that? Oh, I'll tell you, it's funny. Life is funny. It sure is. Oh, let's see. Let me get back here to this chat. Bushka says, maybe she was just acting silly and won't want you to carry that with you. Well, I don't know, Bushka. Why don't you call me and tell me that? I don't know why she won't do that. Bushka says, Mobo, goodness, what a great heart you have. Thank you for being you. Thanks, Bushka, for your kind words, brother. Oh man, I didn't know I was going to break down. I'll break down like this today. I've been kind of wrestling trying to get a little better from the event on Christmas Eve. It was that that flare-up was actually one of the worst ones I've had. It really took it out of me. I'll tell you, uh, I was glad to get home, but I'm doing a lot better from it. I've gotten a lot better from it. Been kind of wrestling with the doctors a little bit, and we're having a little bit of information flow issues between my primary care doctor and the respiratory doctor that she referred me to. I don't know why. I think any scan issues, any scan images and any reports ought to be shared with my respiratory doctor, but that's not what's happening. I'm having a little dilemma. I'm trying to stay, I'm trying not to get upset about that, and try to stay calm and have an intelligent conversation without getting upset about it. But I'm a lot better. I sure didn't expect to lay all this out on y'all today, though. I want to thank y'all for, Bushka, I want to thank you for your words. They mean a lot. I'm going to do my best to try to deal with this situation. I promise I'm going to. But Miss Mobo's a blessing. She, like I say, she keeps track of Mom. Mom loves her. Mom knows that she's probably the reason that I'm still here. Because, like I say, I was quite wild. I was working. I started working really young. Bought my own first car, and I graduated high school. In good standing, and I was on the honor roll and that kind of thing. I didn't belong to any clubs, or I wasn't any good in sports, but I worked hard. I always had a job, but I was always out fishing and hunting. We haven't been fishing since I got my sight back, and we love to trout fish, and we got a really good trout fishing spot down here. It's about 3 hours, a little over 3 hours south of us here, and I've been wanting to go fishing real bad, but it's kind of a chore loading the truck. Oh man, that's why I say this. That's what's so frustrating about this. Is I can't do stuff I want to do. it's now I can mow, and now I can see to mow. That's a true blessing. What a miracle. 2024. I'll forever be grateful to the wonderful doctors. My primary care doctor, she committed herself to my eyesight from day one, and she's a wonderful doctor. I think the issue with the information flow is the staff, and I know I'm not the only sick person. I'm sure they got their hands full trying to schedule all us old people and everything, keep us all healthy, as healthy as we can be. And But I'm awful lucky. The Almighty, again, there's the Almighty at work, led me to these wonderful doctors. I had such a doctor phobia after the whole painkiller thing and all that, and now I can see. It's like being reborn. I was legally blind for a year. I couldn't drive. Well, I was probably longer than that, but I couldn't drive safely, and Miss Mobo put up with me. I'm not a very good passenger, but the Almighty led me to some really great doctors, and I can see, and I can breathe. I got my my inhaler to take, to help me along the path. I used it quite a bit Christmas Eve. I used it so much that by the end, I was able to kind of get out and help. I helped Miss G. I carried stockings along with her. We still had about 12 trucks, and so everybody else was over on the other side of the lot, and I was with Miss G, and I was carrying the stockings, and she was climbing up on the trucks, and to see the drivers, I tell you, that's the most incredible, the incredible thing was the smiles and the love and the appreciation that those guys showed over a Christmas stocking. It was, oh man, it was awesome. So, like Trucker G said, Trucker G's got COPD also. He uses Mullen. The creators want me to check on that Mullen, and one of my other great folks, Carol Burton, my Christmas Carol, she said that oregano oil is also a good decongestant. It's this medication that's got my voice destroyed, so hoarse. But it helps keeping my lungs flexible, and what capacity I do have, I'm being able to use it. Blood pressure's all good and everything, so yeah. Lots of blessings. It's like you say, Bushka. Gotta look for the blessings. Sometimes they're kind of hidden, but they're there, and we just gotta look for them, for sure. But wow, here it is, 4:30 in the afternoon here in Missouri. What a stream! I sure didn't expect all this to. Maybe this helped me get past that part of it too. But you can sure see the snow on the windshield. It's snowing pretty good. That wind's it's blowing pretty hard. But this is what I said I was going to do today. I'm going to do a snow stream. Didn't figure it was going to. Didn't figure it was going to be such a. I don't know. Maybe it was a release for me to help me. It's like Terry said. YouTube, she thinks YouTube saved her. You know, all the good people and the wonderful community that it's become, and we're here to from all over all corners of the world, helping each other along this crooked, narrow path. And doing what the Almighty wants us to do. I think so. I really do. But wow, what a great day it's been on the chat. You guys are awesome. I feel so lucky to have, this many great people, helping me along my narrow, crooked path. I truly believe that's what's happening. I really do. But the temperature is holding steady at 21 degrees. But they say it will continue to get colder and colder. We've got a pretty stout north wind. It's still howling across the pasture, across the road. The snow is blowing sideways. Here in the yard, we've got trees here. We've got a creek that runs through the place, and so it kind of protects us from the kind of a windbreak. But it's still blowing pretty hard. The icicles are definitely leaning to the north or to the south because of the north wind blowing on them. But heck, I talked right through my midday treatment. I probably ought to go in there and do that. I mean, I'm about an hour late on it, but it's still. So I try to keep it within that 5 to 6 hour interval. But I've taken a couple of inhaler shots also, so I kind of try to take that into consideration when I do this. When I do this inhaler, so I don't, Doc says it doesn't really make any difference, but I still try to make sure, try not to double up on it. Because it's going to start getting dark here pretty soon. Sun's been setting around 5, or starts getting dark around 5:15. So that's right here around the corner. Well, the truck's really shaking too. That wind is really howling now. Man, it's really rocking. Well, I ought to sleep good tonight. I'm pretty wore out. Emotions can really get a hold of you, when you. There's some pretty deep stuff talked about today, and this hadn't come up like this. I sure appreciate y'all and your kind words. It's y'all are very uplifting. I think like I just told you, the Almighty puts certain human beings on this earth to help all human beings, and I got a whole bunch of them in this chat, you know, that are those kind of humans. Bushka, and Wyoming Girl, Terry's Trips, Tips and Talk, Mary's Gigs, Guy the Creator, Optimob, Sabine, Timo and Sabine. Wonderful, wonderful people. I'm very, very fortunate to have y'all, like I say, help me along this narrow and crooked path. We all need help from time to time. That's a true statement. And y'all have really, I think y'all have really helped me today. Really, I appreciate you all. I always, look forward to these little lives. I'm going to do some editing, try to get some little bit better descriptions on some of these, some of these lives I've done. Put a little better description on them. It's been pretty uplifting, this whole YouTube thing. It really has. I didn't think it'd affect me like this, but it has. And it's a blessing. I truly feel that it's the Almighty. It's the Almighty's hand. He's kind of guiding us along through here, and to be here for each other. And I wish I could, go to each and every one of them, of my subs. 185 of them last time I checked. And, I try to do it every day. I don't always get it done, but there's a lot of good folks out there, that's for sure. Oh, Terry's back. Let me see what Terry's. Let me see. I've fallen back behind on the chat here again. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it looks like my, let me see if I can refresh this chat on the tablet. Uh, let's see if it'll reach. Oh yeah, here it goes. It's refreshed. Bushka says it's okay to get upset. It just shows your heart and your honesty. Mobo, it's all in your heart. Try to forgive, just saying it to yourself, and see how it feels. If it doesn't work, you can go back to the way you were before. Oh, Bushka. Bushka says, Mobo, I'm not good to have at stream. When I talk, everyone disappears. That's not true, Bushka. Oh, Terry says, we love Mobo and Mrs. Mobo. You're a blessing. Oh, Terry, right back at you. Bushka sends hearts. Thanks, Bushka. Terry says, Bushka, not true. We love you too, Bushka. Yes, we do. Bushka, it's always wonderful to see you in here, and you're you have such a good soul, and you try to help us through our insecurities about stuff. It's you're a blessing, Bushka, and I thank you so much for being in here and hanging out with the old fat hillbilly, all day. Here it is, 4:45. It's going to be getting dark here in a little bit, and I'm gonna have to wrap this up. And what a great snow stream. It was. It's been a pleasure. It's nice to see Terry in here, and Terry's safe. Terry and Walleye Guy and Lucy and Frankie, they're safe, and they'll be heading home here in the next day or two. Like I say, I imagine it's going to take them a little bit to get a handle on this, because it's still snowing to beat the band here right now. It's coming right out of the north, just like they said it was going to, and they've called this one right on the money. When that MoDOT plow went by here, he was pushing a pretty good cloud of snow when he went by here. I guess the mailbox is still up there. I don't know. I don't think he knocked it over. No, it looks to be up there. We've had snow plows knock them over before. But Bushka sends Terry hugs and hearts. Yeah, Bushka, she's a pretty sweet gal. We really love her a lot, and we're glad that the Almighty has took care of her and her family. And they had a wonderful trip to Walleye Guy's family, and then on their way home they went to the beach and saw beautiful sunsets and beautiful sunrises, and they got caught up in this little storm here, but they're safe. The Almighty kept them safe, and He's going to make sure they get home in good shape. I have no doubt that the Almighty is going to get them home in safe. But no, Bushka, I don't care. They can all leave if they want, but you're not the reason. You are not the reason, buddy. You have a good soul, Bushka. I appreciate you. You just don't know. You just don't know how much I appreciate you. We all need to face our insecurities. Sometimes it takes it takes somebody to help us do that, and so you don't have nothing to to I'd rather have you in my stream. You know, you can be in my stream anytime, brother. Always remember that. You see Mobo go live, you can sure you can sure come in here anytime. Make me face my insecurities. You know, this last statement you said. It's all in your heart. Try to forgive just saying it to yourself and see how it feels. If it doesn't work, you can go back to the way you were before. Oh, Bushka. Love you, brother. You just don't know how you help people, even not just me. Just here we are talking about this, and we don't know who's listening. It could be somebody that really needs, well, we all really need it, but there could be somebody else in here that your words and this conversation, has touched home with them, and maybe if it hasn't helped me right off the bat, and I apologize for that, I'm having a lot of trouble with it, but there's probably somebody here that maybe we did help them forgive somebody. That's the way I look at it. Maybe we helped someone today. It's helped me. It really has. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go up there tomorrow and tell Mom I forgive her. I really don't know if it make any difference to her, if you want to know the truth. She'd probably say, for what? So, and like I say, she's getting up there, and she's having a little bit of cognitive issue, I believe, and Ms. Mobo, she's great to keep an eye on Ma for me. Miss Mobo's a true blessing. Bushka says, appreciate you, brother. I'll be checking up on you. The seed is planted. Yeah, Bushka. Do that, brother. Keep an eye on me. Somebody needs to help Miss Mobo. She appreciates all the help that she can get. So yeah, brother, you have a good evening. Again, I want to thank you for coming in here and hanging out. You've made me kind of face some stuff that I kind of had on the back burner, and maybe now it's out on the front burner. And we all got stuff we need to face. Your help is always appreciated, Bushka. Don't you go changing, you hear me? Oh, and pet that dog. Give that beautiful dog a pet. We love you, Bushka, we do. Can't wait till the next time. That's for sure. Well, here it is, 4:52. It's starting to get dark. Terry sends love, sends hearts. Bushka says, pet that dog. Yeah, Bushka, give that dog a lot of love for us. for sure. Be looking for Jen. She's gonna show up over there. Like I say, she's an outdoor gal, so you look for her out there around them beautiful trails that you and that dog run on. She'll be out there. She's a nature girl. She loves nature and she loves music too. She's a music gal. She's always at a concert. So yeah. Well, I'm gonna keep this up for 7 more minutes. I'm gonna wrap her up at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna shut her down and that chicken soup ought to be getting pretty good. I imagine. I don't know that they're probably in the second half of this football game. Go in there and see. They had all the second string guys in there today trying to save the first stringers, let them heal up. Now they rolled Patrick up on his ankle here a couple of weeks ago, and so they had the backup quarterback was in for today, so they could rest Patrick's ankle up. I know it's a pretty important game for Denver. I'm sure they're giving the Chiefs all they can handle. I'll have to go in here and check it out. It's 4:54. But this is supposed to go on. This snow, this wind is really blowing. It's howling out there. The truck is shaking, and it is it's quite the blizzard we got going on here in Missouri. And so all the folks in Ohio, New Hampshire, Ireland, all the people all around the world, Florida. I know it's a little chilly down there, but Mary, she got a leg up on them Floridians down there. She knows about cold. So to all of you, I want you to be safe. Terry, give Walleye Guy a big hug. He's a great guy. What an awesome dude. Take care of y'all like that. Yeah. You pet your dogs. Pet them dogs. Lucy and Frankie. Give them lots of love. And y'all made it past the hard part now, so just let her wind down, and they'll get a handle on them roads pretty quick. They're old hands at this stuff out there, in Kansas and Colorado, and let them get a handle on it, and I'll go in here. I don't know if we'll leave the door open or if we'll go ahead and try to close it. It's blowing pretty hard. I don't know. The hot spot would seem to be working last night with the door closed. My game was still working, but I don't know. With this snow, being out here in the truck's a little different from being in the house. So Bushka says, Mobo, you gonna sleep? You gonna sleep? Let me flip this, what moves the stream up here a little bit. Mobo, you gonna sleep tonight? Yeah, Bushka, I'm pretty tuckered out, buddy. Yeah, emotions can, how emotions can, they kind of wear you out a little bit. So I'm sure I'm gonna probably sleep, but I sleep good every night too, and I'm still recovering a little bit from this this deal. It takes a couple of weeks to get healed, rested back up from big event like that. We done lots of moving stuff around and all of that. And Terry says, I need to sleep tonight. Yeah, Terry. Bushka says, Terry, what's the plan? Yeah, Terry, it was kind of a restless night for Terry last night. Terry says, when I get home, I'm not leaving. That's a great plan. Well, I'm hoping you work on that book, them books some more. That's really such a great idea, and stream it, because those memory books, that's very cool. That's very cool, and people, that's something that folks can do, and to put things in their memory book. That's a very cool thing. Terry says, tomorrow we get tires fixed. Yeah, you want to get that tire fixed, or get it replaced. You don't want to go without having a spare, because it could have been, it could have been anything that flattened your tires. It's too bad you couldn't miss that, but a funny little story final that I'll tell you here before I sign off. We've got a really good friend that's bought a farm out in Kansas, and he's been working on it pretty hard out there. He's trying to get his cattle moved out there, and he was on the tractor. I don't know. He's been moving. I don't know if he's been pulling old hedge clumps that are dead. They sprayed that out there because the hedge was trying to take the prairie over. He lives near the Flint Hills. It's a very beautiful place. Well, he ran over a deer antler, and it punctured his tractor tire. So he was telling one of the farmers around there. He pulled it out, of course, and of course the tire went flat. But one of the old farmers said they just take a saw and cut the antler off at the tire and just leave it in there. He said he's got a tire that's had a deer antler in it for 10 years. It's never lost a pound of air. So yeah. Terry says we have a original on now, or we have a spare on now. We'll fix the original. Yeah, you don't want to be without a spare, Terry, for sure. Smart move. So yeah. Well, you guys have been awesome. The way you've handled this this situation that was put before you, and so so I have no doubt that that the Almighty's going to give you the strength and the wisdom to confront anything else that's put in front of you. Terry's laughing. Left the antler in the tire. Yeah, I know. When he told me that, I thought that was that was pretty funny. I did. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" He said, "Nope." He said, "I seen it. It's still in there." Oh, Terry, honey, no, that's not. Let me look. No, I have cried. Is that weakness? No, darling, it is not. And don't let anybody tell you any different. You are strong. You're a strong, beautiful woman, and there's I don't think you got a weak bone in your body if you want to know the truth about it. So that's a pretty frightening situation to be put in. You're there's nothing weak about you, Terry. There's not. So, but yeah, you get that tire fixed tomorrow. Everything's gonna. You made it through it. It was what a doozy. You've made it through the doozy. So, you know, I was just glad that we could be there with you. You know, to help you get through this event. Wished we could have been there in person. Wished I could have lived closer and could have hopped in the truck and came out and helped Walleye Guy, or or brought you a bottle of propane just in case you needed it or something. But oh, sweetheart, thanks for the hug and the love and the prayers. You're the best, Terry. We love you. You just over the moon. Yeah, we love you. Can't even describe it, so I'm not even going to try. Yep, Terry says doozy 2025. And that's one for your buck. Bushka sending love. All right, you guys, on that, I'm gonna end the stream. It's really starting to get dark, and I'm gonna head on in the house. I'm sure that the chicken soup is probably smelling. The house probably smells really good. So y'all try to get some good rest tonight out there, and I'm going to leave us with a Mary quote. See you downstream, 10 cold. Love you guys. See you next time.